Hello, everyone. Welcome in. Hi, Cherry. Hi, Josh. How's it going? Sorry, I'm very late today. I just have been moving really slowly, and I'm gonna be real. I'm like not feeling great mentally, but I'm hoping that throughout stream I'll start to feel better. I will see how it goes. But I'm excited to be here to be doing some tarot for you. I do have all my decks, and hopefully the cards are kind to us today. Yes. Hello. Thank you. Thanks, Cherry. You have some good questions. Nice. You would love a tarot reading? Nice. Well, you are a subscriber. So, Cherry, you could have a tarot reading. I also maybe should turn on I don't know if I had a note, like a timed command to let people know how it works, but let me just check. Hey, Chris. How's it going? Hey, Rapala. All good, Rapala. How are you doing? I hope you're doing okay. Let me see. Timers. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay, so my timer is set up on the Twitch side and on the YouTube side. Do I have a timer? Let's see. Also, there's a heat warning in effect, and I am feeling it, let me tell you. I closed my window because it's definitely hotter outside than it is in here, but it's been like 25 degrees all day inside here. So maybe that's why I'm also moving more slow. It's a bit warm. Bit hot, if you will. And I think you will. Okay, that's set up. That's set up. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Time Lord Boy, you pick the death card. Well, usually you don't pick the cards. I pick the cards. But death is not a bad card. So you could pick the death card. Been hot in the UK? Yeah, I feel like it's been hot everywhere. I feel like the whole planet is like steaming up right now. Whew. How hot has it been? We're going to be approaching 40 degrees Celsius here in a couple days. So it's going to get pretty hot. Rapala, thank you. Not me, just the room. You've been down today too? Ugh, I'm sorry to hear that, Cherry. Hi, Renelle. How's it going? Hi, Marvel Man. Let's put on a little bit of music, shall we? I wonder if I could find anything a little bit magical over on Game Chops. Probably. My headset is not set up because I was listening to Borderlands with my other headset. This is nice. It's a little witchy. Very soft, just in the background. You did strawberry picking and then had dinner and donuts. Nice. And then you went walleye fishing. Nice. Did you catch anything? Sounds like a good day. Sounds like a great day. I need to go strawberry picking. It's 90 degrees Fahrenheit today where you are. That's pretty warm. Hey, Marvel Man. How's it going? How are you doing? Thank you for the kind words. Caught a walleye last night and you gave it to a nice man and his grandson. Oh, that sounds lovely. I love that. Renelle says, my record of stream streak is 13. Let's see when I will reach it again. Let's see. Let's see. Can you beat 13? I love that, actually, Renelle. And congrats on the 5-stream streak, by the way. Thank you for streaking. I feel like when you get to a number and then it resets, it's like, what is my best number and what can I beat it again, is like such a fun way to approach the streaks. Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that, Cherry. But hopefully it will be a good change in terms of just like for your parents. I feel like it is important to remember that any of our parents also are their own individuals, and so they need to be good too. So, you know. But it's challenging because I feel like you probably have a lot of feelings about that as well, you know? I'm glad you're doing well. Hello, Tully. How's it going? It was 30 degrees yesterday. Wow. Yeah, it was pretty warm for like the beginning of June. Yeah, right now it's 27 degrees here. Celsius. Hi, Red. Lucky thing that it rained. Yeah, that is lucky. It's supposed to rain here in a few days on a day when I have plans outside too. So I'm kind of hoping it doesn't rain, but yeah. Is this my goth look? This is one of my goth looks. Yeah. Death of new, old life and stuff. Yes. Death can basically be also a card that represents a bit of like rebirth. More Mario Kart this stream, or are you all Mario Karted out? I'm not all Mario Karted out, but this is a tarot card stream. So basically how this is going to work, friends, is I have a bunch of tarot decks. Anyone that is a member or is a on the YouTube side is a member or is a subscriber, you will get a reading. I'll pin this message. And then basically, oh gosh, I have to sign in again. And then basically, I just keep a little list. I think Cherry was the first one to say that she wanted one. So Cherry, you might be first if you're ready. If you need more time, just let me know. So basically, if you're a member or a subscriber, I will do a reading for you. If you'd like to be bumped up the list, anyone that donates either through Twitch, 300 bits, or YouTube, $5 super chats, or if you're over on donating to my page, over on Streamlabs, we have a donate link. A $5 tip will bump you up if you are a little bit more eager and don't want to wait. I just feel my brain, I think, is like mush. I think I've just been going really hard and I'm starting to feel a bit of the burnout, but it sucks because I feel like I have so much more work to do, you know? So that kind of is unfortunate. But you know what? Tomorrow we have our co-working stream, so I can get some things done during that, and that'll be exciting. So that's how it works. Am I a big shopper at Hot Topic? I'm a Hot Topic affiliate. I'm a Hot Topic fanatic is what they're called. So I do get a lot of stuff from Hot Topic, but actually nothing I'm wearing here is from Hot Topic. This is off Amazon. The top underneath is from Garage. Don't remember where I got this necklace. I think I ordered it online from a different store. But yeah, I do own a lot of Hot Topic stuff because I'm an affiliate, so I get sent a lot of stuff in exchange for promotions. Basically send me stuff for free and I promote stuff on my socials. Aw, thank you, Rapala. I appreciate it. Yeah, I just feel like there's stuff I need to catch up on Patreon and snaps that I'm obviously super behind on for coffee and OF content that I want to put up. And I'm just like, when will I have time? But you know what? We just got to take it one task at a time. That's the trick. Hey, Otto. Hey, Joker. Hey, Mike. How's it going? Hey, Kevin. Hey, Valentino. Nice Wizards cosplay, thank you. It's not really a cosplay, it's just an outfit, but it is quite fanciful. Jim, hello. Your dog just had her first litter of puppies and she refuses to take care of them. She is resisting motherhood. She's like, I don't think I want to be a mother, actually. Changed my mind. That is strange. I feel like, do animals, I guess maybe animals like us can also be like, you know what? Kind of want to be negligent. I'm glad to hear that you've been making some progress, Dragon Trainer. That's awesome. I am doing tarot cards. It is for, as the pinned comment says, YouTube members and Twitch subscribers are a priority. Anyone else that wants one, I can add you guys to the list, but you'll be at the bottom. And if we have time, then sure. But I do prioritize YouTube. Actually, I think it is only for YouTube members and are for, yeah, only currently. If we have time at the end, I'll open it up to everyone. But for now, let's just keep it for YouTube members and subscribers. And if we have time at the end, if everybody's feeling like they're good, then we can always open it up. Duck, hello. Hey, Dante, I'm doing well. How are you? Thank you for the highlighted message. Hey, Nathan, how's it going? You would like a reading? Okay, so Cherry wants a reading. Cherry, you said you sent a highlighted message. I don't see it. Send a highlighted message. Why am I not seeing it? Maybe if I scroll back on the Twitch side. Oh, okay. Yeah. I see it over here. I don't know why it's not showing up on my Streamlabs, but that's fine. Cherry says, with everything that's happening, I'd love to ask, what do I most need to know right now? And I pick whatever deck is I'm drawn to. Okay, we can do that. Overlord, hello. Did I read myself and Duck yet? I don't usually do tarot card readings for myself. Some people say that's taboo. And I don't think Duck has ever let me read his read his cards. So I haven't done a reading for Duck ever. I was going to practice on Duck one time in preparation for one of my streams, but we didn't do that. Okay, so Cherry, Rapala. Is there anyone else that wants one that's a YouTube member or a Twitch subscriber? Oh, you watched the live action of How to Train Your Dragon? How was it, Dragon Trainer? Jim, well, yeah, if you become a YouTube member, I can definitely do that for you. And if we open it up later to non-members, non-subs on the Twitch side, I will consider we can do another one for you if we open it up later if we have some time. Yes, only YouTube members. That's what, as it says at the pinned comments. YouTube members and Twitch subscribers. Yeah, I like this outfit. It's a good one, right? Hey, Green Skull, how's it going? Yeah, we're doing some tarot. Duck, do you want a reading today? Since I've never done one for you, I could do one for you. Granted, you could also get one at any time for me, but people might be curious to see what the cards say for you since they kind of know you. Tarot is super fun. I agree. And you know what? We find out a lot about ourselves when we do it. And I was having a bit of a rough day. I didn't even know if I was going to come on stream, but I'm glad that I did come on stream because I already feel better, which is what I thought would happen. Also, I think I'm losing my voice and I don't know why. I hope I'm not getting sick. Please. I don't have time for that. Thank you, Mage. This was actually a suggestion by Dichotic. I was like, what should I wear tomorrow when we were doing the watch along last night for Deadpool and Wolverine? And Dichotic's like, why don't you like do like a goth Amanda look? And I was like, I kind of like the idea of that actually. Thought about bringing back Batmanda, but it's too hot. I thought about doing Wanda again, but we've done a lot of Wanda. Pete Way, thank you so much for following. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. All right, who else wants one? So we got Cherry and Rapala. If anyone else wants one, let me know. Vito, you want a reading? We can do that for you. I'll add you on the list. Sounds like Duck fears the tarot, says Nessie. I don't know. Duck, do you fear the tarot? Whoa, Green Skull, thank you so much for subscribing. That was very kind of you, my friend. Thank you. Would you like a tarot reading, Green Skull? Would you like me to add you to the list? We're going to start with Cherry. Cherry said to pick the deck. So my decks today, we have my standard deck. This is probably the deck that has seen some of the most abuse as well. So if this deck is ever mean to you, it could have been because of me. I just want you guys to know. I haven't been the best. Yes! Okay. Sweet, sweet, sweet. I'll add you to the list. So we got Cherry, Rapala, Vito, Green Skull. If anyone else wants one, if you are a Twitch subscriber or a YouTube member, let me know and I will add you to the list. And if you'd like to be bumped up the list, if you do 300, if you throw 300 bits, or if you do a $5 super chat on YouTube, or if you do a $5 donation over on my Streamlabs, we bump you up. But if you're good to wait, then I'll just add you to the list. This is my Vampirella deck. So we also have this one. This is the one that's in the thumbnail if you guys are watching on YouTube. Vampirella deck. We've got the Self-Care Oracle deck. This is a good one depending on the question. We pull some good stuff from here. We did a whole reading for Overlord one time. I think that was from this deck, and it was such a good reading, actually. I've also got my Red Sonja tarot deck. Of course, where would I be without comic tarot decks? And I have this Oracle deck that was gifted to me from Chris. I really love this Oracle deck, by the way, Chris. It's so good. This is Believe in Your Own Magic by Amanda Lovelace. It's got really pretty cards. And that's pretty much it. So let's jump into it. Let's start with Cherry. Does my throat feel itchy? No, it doesn't feel itchy. I just feel like it's like gravelly. Thank you, Jem. I appreciate that. It was awesome, but it was different from the animation. But the dragons, oh my goodness, they look so realistic. Oh, that's awesome. I really want to see it. How to Train Your Dragon. I really want to see 28 years later. Gotta go to the movies. Okay. Cherry. I think we should do the Oracle deck. I know we did this one for you last time, but I think this is the one. Oh, thank you, Cherry. I appreciate that. Put your feet up. Watch a show or something. I know. I do need to rest. I know. Look, I'm going to be taking next weekend off, and I'm trying to work really hard right now so that I can actually feel like I won't work next weekend. So that's why I'm going so hard right now, because next weekend I'm taking off, but I should also rest because I have been going nonstop. It's true. All right, let's do the Oracle deck for you, Cherry. I have my other camera set up here too. Should we switch? Let's switch. I hope you guys like my Winnie the Pooh mat. It was like, other than, I guess I have Doctor Strange, but this was like one of my magic mats that I have. And because I've been kind of having a bit of a tough day today for some reason. Who knows why? Nothing is wrong in my life. I'm just, I thought this would be cute because it's Winnie the Pooh. And I thought it would bring a little bit of joy. So if you guys enjoy my Honey Wizard. There's the book. Batmanda needs a comeback. Batmanda will return. But maybe not in the summer when it's really hot because I have no AC. Yeah, that's true. Maybe I should have some honey, Nessie. Okay, let me scroll back here to see Cherry's question so I can focus on it. Okay, with everything that's happening, what does Cherry need most right now? What does Cherry need most right now? With everything that's happening. What does Cherry need most right now? With everything that's happening. What does Cherry need most right now? So your first card is Homeward, representing your past. I typically do 3 card spreads. We pull extra cards if we need more insight. Your second card for present, if my camera will focus. One of these days it's going to focus. Finding the sweet spot for that is always a fun challenge. It really doesn't want to focus. Come on, camera. I know you can autofocus. You're like a $400 camera. Come on. Expectations. And your future. Protest. Start a revolution. I'm going to pull the bottom card. This is kind of like, I've been doing this and using it as kind of like the subject line of the reading. So this is lavender. Also, hi, Sai. Surround yourself with love is our subject line. I really like that actually for this reading. I think that works really well. I don't think we need any other cards right now. So. Let's go through and check these out. Can I bring my camera down a bit? Just gonna remove Stream Boss from this camera because it's kind of in our way. But I love you, Stream Boss. Time Roller's our Stream Boss right now. Love you, Stream Boss. But also, goodbye, Stream Boss. Okay. Alright, so, Cherry. Cherry needs more cherries in their lives, says Nessie. Maybe. Maybe that's what the cards will tell us. Is that your prediction? Possible. I also think my camera could be tiny bit smaller, just like that. There we go. All right. So Homeward is our first card. And for Homeward, my book says, for your past, take yourself out on a date. Slow down. It's time to press pause and contemplate before the next leg of your journey. It's in those solitary, introspective moments where we learn the most interesting and eye-opening things about ourselves. Take yourself out on a date of sorts, even if it's just a quiet and cozy night at home. Enjoy your own company. So this sounds like it probably is in relation to just your past, Cherry, because I know in the past you have been very focused on contemplation, self-reflection, working on yourself. And so I think this is a representative of kind of where you're coming from and all of that work that you have done to take care of yourself, because I think you have been doing that. So this is where we are right now, which is expectations. Number 12. Don't seek anyone's approval. People will always have their own expectations of who they think you should be. Their opinions are almost always based on restrictive and societal norms, and therefore are extremely unrealistic. No matter what they tell you, remember that you have permission to be whoever it is you most wish to be. You don't need anyone else's approval, only yours. Now, this feels very fitting. I feel like, based on kind of where you're at right now, I might pull another card for this one. Because I do think you're experiencing a lot of pressure, I know, at home right now, Cherry, from chats we've had before, with just feeling like, you know, you have to kind of fit into maybe a certain mold, pressures from your parents, from your mom to be a certain way. And I wonder if this is just reminding you that, like, you know who you are, so just trust in that and don't give in to that pressure. Let's see if we can maybe pull another one. Actually, this feels right. Okay, so this is Castle. It's time for healing, not war. So I feel like this card is going to be like, just try to stay out of it, you know? Like, don't let yourself get pulled in. So Castle is 30. It's time for healing, not war. Don't burn something down to the ground unless you have a plan to build something better in its place. But it's too late for that, isn't it? You got angry, you pointed fingers, you called for war, and war was exactly what you got. Now that it's time for healing and reparations, what's your plan? You need to take the same initiative and determination you had when you started and figure it out. Never neglect your intuition. So I think what that's calling for is like a bit of a ceasefire. So I think it's trying to say, like, if there has been conflict, right, it's time to lay down the arms and try to figure out, like, how you're going to move forward out of it. And how are we going to move forward out of it? Well, that's protest, start a revolution. So I feel like it's going to be saying to us that our power to change things comes from within ourselves and that rallying cry. But let me just see what it says. Protest. You've been looking around and noticing that the world is often unjust, but you're not sure what to do about it. Like Katniss, you need to be the first to spark of your own revolution. Educate yourself, stand up for yourself. Don't forget to stand up for others, whether or not you have shared experiences. If you can speak up and do so safely, then do it. So I think what this is saying is try to not get pulled into personal conflicts right now. Trust that you know who you are. Don't let other people's expectations define you. But be wary of the conflicts that can pull you into. Try to rise above that and try to look for a place of understanding in the future, a place where you can come together with people and help others to grow and move forward, and therefore also kind of help and connect with yourself. Try to think of it from try to come to it from a place of understanding and finding the same level with people, I think, is what protest is saying. And then our theme for the entire reading is lavender. Surround yourself with love. It is. Okay, yeah. It is. Yeah, 19. Let's see. Surround yourself with people who make you feel like the best version of yourself. People you can trust with anything in the world. Maybe you've been distancing yourself from your found family, or maybe you haven't discovered your found family yet. You need to make an effort here. Go out there and reconnect or make new connections. Green Skull, thank you for the 300 bits. All right, no worries. Sounds good, Green Skull. We will do you next. We'll bump you up, and then Rapala will be right after that. Thank you for the 300 bits.
I have to go to some work soonish, so I'm donating to jump the line for a reading next.
Love it. Love it. Thank you so much for the 300 biddies. We can definitely do you next. So, I mean, I think you're doing everything that you need to do. I think this overarching card is really just saying to us that right now this is about having that found family space, having that space with people that you just feel like you can connect with. Or maybe it is also people even within your family that you connect with as well. I think especially with you going through that big life change, if your parents are going to be splitting, it is really important to make sure that you have a good emotional support network. Obviously, this community is a great space as well, but make sure that those people in your life that really make you feel seen, that you are, being in that space so you can feel supported as you go through some transitionary periods. I already found that space, says Cherry. Are you in it? Kitty, hello. So I think it's just reassuring you then that, you know where that is. So don't be afraid to reach out and get that support that you need. I mean, obviously myself, the community, we're all here for everybody. Ricky, hello, welcome in. Members and YouTube members and Twitch subs are getting readings right now, but I can add you to my list of folks that are interested that are not members. And if we end up having some time, if I have extra time, then I can do that. But I do prioritize my YouTube members for these. Thank you, Peter. Hello, welcome in. Hi, Jamie. Jamie, you are a member as well. So if you'd like a reading, just let me know and I'll add you to the list. And Ricky, I'll add you to my extended list. And if we have some time, I will try to get to some non-members if I can. Okay, so that's Cherry's reading. Cherry, does that speak to you? Is there anything that you feel like you need clarity on? Do you feel good about that? I think this makes a lot of sense based on where you're coming from. This literally sounds like what you're dealing with right now. But the good news is, I think as long as you kind of like stick to your guns and try to avoid conflict, try to remind yourself that, you know, when we go to war, there is destruction. So try to kind of rise above that and find the commonality, find the common ground. It fits perfectly. Perfect. I love that. I'm so glad that it spoke to you. Aw, thank you, Cherry. I appreciate that. I'm so glad that the community has been a safe space for you. That is so awesome to hear. You guys are a safe space for me too. I already feel like a totally different person right now, guys. I was feeling so drained before this stream, and streams, you guys really do give me energy. So, Green Skull, what's your question? And then after that, Rapala, you're on deck. So think of your question. And then Vito, you're up next. Was there anyone else? Critter Nation, hello. That I missed in chat. I don't think so. Joker, I definitely need some R&R, that's true. Steven, hello. Welcome in. What are my options? For decks, I can tell you your deck. For question, you can ask anything you want. I just ask that it's not a yes or no question. Obviously, tarot doesn't really work great with yes or no. But you can ask anything you want. For questions, yeah, whatever you want, man. Whatever you want. I do a 3-card spread. I do a past, present, future, and we pull additional cards if we need. And I typically pull a 4th card that's kind of like, what's this really about? Like, what are we talking about here? So we kind of have a headline. Tully, that is so amazing to hear. I'm so glad to know that this community provided you for a safe space, and I'm so glad that you made it through. Yeah, man, it's been hard lately, you know? I've also been dealing with some dark thoughts. I think we all struggle with that. And it's important to remember that we're not alone, you know? Jamie, I'll add you to the list. You're on there. You're after Vito. Watching Constantine in the background? Nice. The show or the movie? Yeah, you can ask anything. Anything you want. And I will let you know about my tarot decks after. And you can tell me if you have a preference for which one I use. But it can be anything. Just try to keep it open-ended. Good questions if you want some examples. Like, you could ask, if you're asking about, like, work, I might ask something like, what do I need right now to succeed in my career? What am I missing in my relationship? What are warning signs I should watch out for? How will the next month go for me? What, you know, maybe if you feel like you have sparks with someone, you could ask about, like, where you think that might be going. If you want to ask about life, sometimes I like to ask a lot about, like, joy and, like, how to best manifest joy, like what I'm missing in my life right now to feel fulfilled. Aw, thank you, Rapala. Thank you for the highlighted message. Thank you. I always try to keep it real with you guys. And I was like, do I even, like, bother anyone with my biz? And then I was like, it's chat. Just let chat know what's up. They're going to be able to tell anyways. Come on. I wear my heart on my sleeve. Let's be real. The poo dimension. Yeah, Vito, this is my Lorcana mat. But it's magical and it's cute, which is why I picked it for today. Green Skull says, I want to ask about how I can stay strong through my toughest battle and how to come to terms with and overcome the trauma. Okay. Great question. Okay, so deck options. We have my tried and true, my OG tarot deck. This one is a very typical tarot deck. It has been through some stuff. It's a little rough. I haven't always been the kindest to this deck, so I was saying earlier, if it's ever been to you, it might just be because of me, not because of you. But it hasn't really been mean to anyone. I don't even know why I'm saying that. Why am I putting that on my deck? My deck is very nice. This is a nice deck. It hasn't been mean to anyone. My Vampirella deck. Vampirella is a alien vampire from outer space. We've got Red Sonja. She's a barbarian woman, and this is her deck. These are both from Dynamite Comics. Self-care might be good. I feel like we might pull a card from this anyways, just because it might speak to something in the reading, even if you pick a different deck, but that's an Oracle deck. And then we have my Believe in Your Own Magic Oracle deck, which is the one I just used for Cherry. So if you have a preference, let me know. If you would like to, if you want me to pick, that's also cool. Peter said, open relationships, yay or nay? Is that like a question that you would ask the tarot, Peter, or are you asking me? You know what you pick. All right, I pick. Okay. Bradford, oh my goodness, happy 11 months. Thank you so much for being a member. Thank you. Also, I haven't even been updating my Twitch subs of my members. Let me just do that real quick. Welcome on in. Happy 11 months to you, my friend. Oh my gosh, almost a full year of membership. Let's go. Hey, Banky, how's it going? Okay, let me look at your question and manifest that as I pick a deck. I think it's this deck. That's what I'm feeling. But I think I'm also going to, so we'll stick with the standard deck. My first deck. And then I'm also going to leave the self-care out, because I think I might want to pull some self-care. Yeah, we can do Zelda Ambient again. I liked the Zelda Ambient. All right. Let me manifest this question while I shuffle. I have skinny, long, witchy fingers. Do I? I have been told I have long fingers, but I have like little doll hands, I think. Okay, I'm going to focus on Green Skull's question, guys. So if you hear me whispering, you know it's normal. I'm taking this card out because it's just, I'm feeling it. I don't know what it's for yet. I think we're going to look at it at the end. Oh, I did that all upside down. Oh, that's interesting. Let me see. Okay, so past, 2 of Wands. So, okay, the card I pulled out because my deck was upside down when I was pulling, when I pulled that card, when I split my deck, and then I had to flip it, which is really interesting, is Strength, by the way. So I just pulled that out. I feel like that's going to be really relevant. So I don't know if that's our overarching theme. I usually would pull that from the bottom. But Strength is something that we need to keep in mind here. And I can kind of see where it maybe slots in as we go through. So 2 of Wands is your past. Strength is just a card that I was drawn to. This is our theme. Our present card. An upside down hangman. Future. Upside down 4 of Pentacles. I think I need to pull one more for the future. I just feel compelled to pull this. 8 of Cups. And our theme for this one is 5 of Pentacles. Oh, okay. That makes some sense to me. Interesting. 5 of Pentacles as the theme. Okay. All right, let's get into it. Let me switch cameras here. Bad Omen. Bad Omen pulling the Strength. Strength, I think, is good. This is good, I think. I think the Strength is good. Just very practiced in love deck. Yeah, it can be. I just figure because I haven't always been kind to it. Leedy, hello. Welcome in. Thank you so much for checking out the live. How are you doing? Chemdog, hello. Andrew, hello. Kione, hello. The readings, as it says in the pinned comment, tarot readings are for the YouTube members and Twitch subs. So if you become a member, I can do a reading for you, or I can add you to my list of non-members that would like a reading. And if we have time at the end, if I get through all the members and subs that want one, then I can do one for you if I have time. Just let me know what you would like. I can add you to that list if you want. Or if you become a member, I can do one for you. Right meow. We're going to start with our past card here. So that's the 2 of Wands. So 2 of Wands represents the element of fire. And its theme is work is underway. So in your past, you've probably been working really hard, which honestly, based on what I know about you, IRL Green Skull, sounds right. Okay, so... So this is the potential that is yet to be fulfilled, is what the card represents. We have 2 wands, and this is kind of a representation of the balance between action and passivity. So doing stuff but not doing too much. An illusion, I find, actually, that exists. Balance, what is that? And this is about, this character is basically yet to set off on their journey. So it represents enthusiasm, passion, balance. It's obviously like everything, all of the potential that you have in your life that is coming at you. So this is your past. Shows us basically you setting off on a journey where things seemed pretty optimistic. It can also represent planning but never actually taking the first step. But I feel like with you, this is probably more of a representation of something new that has started, that is continuing to maybe bloom for you and is continuing to provide opportunities for you in the future. Obviously, you kind of got to go through the rest of the timeline to find out what it can mean as we go. So let's continue on and check out the Hanged Man reversed. Actually, for that, I am going to look it up because I don't know. Does my book give me... This book might not have reversed meanings. Also, yes, I combine my minor and major arcana. I know to some people that is controversial. Yes, so Hanged Man can represent sacrifice, but not when it's reversed. So let me look up the reversed meaning. So a hanged man can represent sacrifice, waiting, uncertainty, lack of direction, perspective, and contemplation when it's upright. When it's reversed, it tends to represent stalling, disinterest, stagnation, avoiding sacrifice, standstill, and apathy. So this might be something that you experienced or experiencing recently that you're struggling with. This might be representing some of the trauma, I'm thinking. The reversal meaning of the Hanged Man card represents a very specific period of time during which you feel as if you are sacrificing a significant amount of time while getting nothing in return. You might have felt as if certain things are at a state of an absolute standstill without any particular resolution or any movement. So it's as if you're putting your entire effort and attention into something, but nothing turns out the way you are hoping that it'll turn out. So a lot of input, a lot of work, and not a lot of return. It can represent new perspectives on love or changes in romantic life if the trauma is connected to anything romantic. If it's connected to something career, it could be a new career move that isn't working for you, procrastination or stalling. So you could be stuck with a mental block. Reversed finances can be indecision, failed investment, wasted financial sacrifice. I'm getting the sense, just from where the reading is going, that this is either romance or career or some combination of the two. So I would say those are probably the ones that we're more interested in. Okay, so if it's reversed in love, it can be like, it might mean that you're opening up your mind to new perspectives and you're re-emerging with a clearer understanding, and you might be ready to, there might be some new love coming into your life, or it could just be that you're taking a slowdown because perspectives are opening up. And now that you have that, now that you have this new perspective in the present, you actually can re-engage with that area of your life with more renewed energy. But don't sacrifice anything for love. Don't do that. Make sure you have balance. Remember the past. Balance is important in all things. Career-wise, it can be related to, you just feel kind of stuck. So this can be a good time for you to like go back to basics, focus on training. What is training? Maybe find something fresh is what I would say. It could also mean that you're like holding off on something, waiting to perfect it. And you should just like basically try to make a choice. So if you're stuck, just kind of make a choice and see where it takes you and stop making excuses. So that's Hanged Man. Let's take it over to the future here. Darian, thank you so much for becoming a member. Oh, thank you so much. Darian, did you want a card reading? I will add you to the list, Keone. Yeah, if we have extra time, I'll try to get to some people that are not members if I can. I'm good, Lee D. I'm doing good. It is very hot here too, so I feel you. You fancy spicy beverages? Spicy beverages are good, Peter. Okay, let's move on to the future here. Okay, so future. 4 of Pentacles. Reversed. Oh, wait. It's not in my book. I will look up the theme. Because I want the book theme. It's the book that came with my deck. Holding on too tightly. But it's reversed. So, you know, let it go. Let it go. Like Elsa's saying. That's probably what we're going to be focusing on since it's flipped. Let's see. Oh, no, I don't want this. I want this one. This is my favorite site. Okay. 4 of Pentacles. In an upright position, possessiveness, insecurity, hoarding, stinginess, stability, security, savings, materialism, wealth, frugality, boundaries, guardedness. But it's reversed, baby. So that's probably good for us. We like that. Reversed. Generosity, giving, spending, openness, financial insecurity. Reckless spending. So, generous, but maybe watch out. But that's just the overall meaning. So that's, you know, let's get into some specifics here. Okay, so reversed. Ooh, it can actually be negative when it's reversed. Uh-oh. So instead of being protective, you can become a bit greedy, it says. Ooh. Because you're this might connect to the trauma. Now, and what I always think is interesting about tarot is when we talk about our future is never written. So whatever the tarot is trying to tell us, it's usually about it trying to let us know what we need to know for our future. So this could also be a warning to you. So, obviously, you went through some trauma, and perhaps it has caused you to become a bit stagnant, or perhaps it has helped to open up your mind, or maybe both of those things are true. You were setting out on a great journey. You were building cool things in the past. There was a good sense of balance. This perhaps has derailed some of that. And in the future, we want to watch out because when we go through trauma, we do have a tendency to hold on to things a bit too tightly. And I think that you're haunted. You might be haunted by some fears of what the trauma, whatever the trauma is that you experienced. It might be causing you to maybe become a little bit more tight to some of the things that you have. Ricky, thank you so much for becoming a member. I can bump you up if you would like the list. I will take a look at chat once I'm done this reading, guys. I'll be back to you in a bit. So, you are incredibly self-protective and defensive in terms of materialistic things, and you're not opening up to the trust of other people out of fear they may be taking them away. Oh, it sounds like someone really hurt you. Yeah, that's rough. So I think maybe the trauma that you suffered has made you a bit more defensive. Or you're just going ham with money and you need to get a proper hold of that. That's the other side of it. However, the card is capable of inducing both positive and negative associations. And you need to be accountable if you get this in a reading. But there can be positive stuff that comes out of it. So reversed love meaning is overcoming jealousy and release from past lovers. Okay. And reverse career meaning is generosity with colleagues, risky work decisions. Sounds fun. We love some risky work decisions. So I'll read those ones because I think those, like I said, I don't think it's finances. But finances, I'll tell you what it is. Spending, donating, sharing resources. So your past insecurities in the future might heal, which might make you less jealous and less possessive. It can signal that in the future you'll be ready to move forward. because the wounds will have healed. Especially if you maybe continue on that path of like opening up perspective and learning from past relationships. If you're single, it may be that you're finally ready to open your heart to new love and have let go of something that has prevented you from letting your romantic life flourish in your future. So that sounds actually really optimistic in the love area. For career, it can be a little bit more tricky, apparently. It could be... so it can mean that you are a generous, warm-hearted person, which I feel like you are. You're ready to help others, but you might be a little bit risky and careless of consequences. So don't do the most flashiest or most ambitious thing right now. Keep yourself grounded, because if you go too far with it, you might overdo it, is what it's warning you of. So keep your generous nature a little bit in check, but keep it going because it's good. It just don't go too big, I guess. Very nuanced if we're talking about career. Yeah. And then 8 of Cups I also pulled with this. So 8 of Cups is... Let's see. Eight of Cups is water. It's usually emotional. Regeneration. Like in Doctor Who, you're regenerating. You're regenerating, Dan. It's happening. Okay. Regeneration. That makes a lot of sense. It seems positive. This seems like a very positive reading. It seems like you were starting good and then someone came and ruined your thunder and really messed you up, it sounds like. Which is, I'm sorry to hear that. And now, in the future, you're going to be rebuilding, but like you're on the path to it. So it sounds like what you're doing is you are on the right path. You kind of need to stick with, I think maybe just letting those wounds heal, continue on that, but also maybe perspective. Maybe just let yourself be open. Learn things from the trauma. Don't let it define you. Don't sacrifice yourself for other people. Don't compromise on who you are. Be your best self. 8 is the number of death and rebirth or regeneration, so it implies that a change is in the air. It means something close to your heart, a relationship, a way of life, or perhaps even a project that you love dearly is no longer working. It is clear from the image that a great deal of time and energy has been invested in that relationship. That's where all the cups are all stacked. However, it's time to like move on. So this is about like basically letting go and moving into the next chapter of your life and letting go of that which does not serve you, basically. But letting go doesn't have to be bad. So, I mean, I think this is really a good sign, this regeneration, because I think what it means is you'll finally be ready to let go of that and move forward. So whatever's been holding you back in the future, this is saying when you feel like you're ready to let go with that. And out of that will come this sense of being able to heal and being ready to, you know, give yourself maybe more to people in terms of your kindness. Because I think maybe you've been feeling maybe a bit guarded. Maybe you felt the need to protect yourself. Strength is another card that we pulled. 5 of Pentacles is another card we pulled. So let's just take a quick look at those. 5 of Pentacles is basically like our theme of the reading, is what I like to say, because I pulled it off the bottom of the deck. So this is kind of like the subject line in an email, I've been told, is how some people interpret it. It's Pentacles. Pentacles is typically finance. Doesn't have to be finance, but typically that's where that kind of lives. Loss of wealth or faith. Yeah, sounds right, considering that you've gone through some trauma. 5 is a number that generally augurs anxiety and tension in all 4 suits. In the earthy suit of Pentacles, it can suggest that difficulties may be of a financial nature, although this is by no means the only significance of this card. We often measure self-worth by material status. So if that material takes a dive, so does our sense of personal value. Notice that the beggar does not look up towards the lighted window. This indicates a more serious problem might be a lack of faith in yourself or a low sense of self-esteem. You might be in danger of losing a sense of belief in the goodness or meaning of life. Pay attention to your material and spiritual areas. And so I think this is just signifying the struggle that you're going through right now, where you're kind of questioning, like, will things get better? Like, what is my involvement in this? You know, maybe that struggle of when you go through trauma, speaking from my own personal experiences, it sucks because there's a lot of gaslighting that can sometimes happen, especially with people. And I think we have a tendency to blame ourselves a lot of the time. And so I wonder if this is maybe speaking to that for you. This idea of maybe you feeling that like you messed something up, or it's like because of you that this has happened. And friendly reminder, if you are going through that, it's not you. You're great and you will get through it. But yeah, just remember that there is a lot about you that deserves to be celebrated and loved. Stay true to that. Stay true to who you are. And I think you'll make it through. And just keep your mind, keep your mind open. Strength is something that I think you need to carry with you throughout. I'm going to say, I think this card actually goes, I think this goes with our Hanged Man. I would put this near the present, but I think it's also kind of an overarching card, to be honest with you. And I think this is a reminder of what you have within you. So I think strength is kind of like your badge, inner courage and strength. When strength appears in a reading, it may seem obvious that it means that strength is either required or available in a particular situation. While this is true, it is important to remember that the strength reflected by this card is not necessarily physical strength. Yeah, it's emotional strength, by the way. I think that is definitely what this represents in this reading. The card shows a woman in combat with a lion, but strength is not just about winning a fight in a literal sense. She's also connected with an inner struggle. In the image, the woman is not trying to kill the lion. She is seeking to prevent him from being destructive. She holds open his jaw to stop him biting or struggling. She does not want to quash his energy. She only wants to stop him from being injurious. This sounds like you. I think you are this card, actually, because I know that I feel like you're a very empathic person based on just the few chats that we've had. And I feel like this is just a reminder to you that like you can be strong and not hurt others. You can find that inner strength and use that to lift you up, help others around you that deserve it, but just kind of disengage from people that don't deserve your time and energy, you know? Yes. In terms of personality, the lion is a symbol of the self-interest, I want drive, which we all possess and need to ensure survival. However, we also need to keep it in check if we're to successfully coexist with others. Once again, connecting back to the balance of the past. Okay, so it's also saying, yeah, it's inner courage, self-discipline. Use those and they will guide you in a more constructive instead of destructive way. It's not about beating other people. It's about finding a way for us to all coexist peacefully without destroying each other. What a beautiful message in this day and age. I feel it's pretty complete, but I'm going to pull one self-care card for you just to see what comes up. Just for something that you can maybe try to see if it like helps you. And then I will catch up with the chat and add people to the queues that would like to be added. Keon, thank you so much for following over on Twitch, by the way. Sorry, guys, when I'm in my reading, I'm kind of like in the reading, but I'll be right back to you guys in chat. Thank you for your patience. What does Green Skull need right now? Thank you for the hydrate, Keone. Okay. What does Green Skull need right now to feel more at peace? What does Green Skull need right now to feel more at peace and guide them through the healing process? What does Green Skull need through the healing process of trauma? What does Green Skull Actually, this might be the card. Hey, clean your space. I love this card. This is me right now. This is me always. So, some self-care. If you're feeling like, man, I feel out of it, man. I feel like I need to be recentered right now. I need to find that balance. Clean your space. When my physical space is clean and tidy, my mind is clear. Give yourself the gift of a clean space. Giving yourself the gift of a clean space is a ripple effect. It allows more things in your life to fall into their rightful places. By clearing and cleaning your surroundings, you can also declutter your mind. Start with cleaning your bedroom and then work your way out to all corners of your home. Don't just stay on the surface. Take the time to clean inside cupboards and drawers. Sort through old paperwork and get rid of the dust bunnies. Also review the objects you've collected and consider opportunities to donate or sell things you no longer need. As you minimize the number of belongings in your space, it will become easier to clean in the future. Notice how having a clean space makes you feel energetically clear. Create a routine that will allow you to keep it up. To start, it can be as simple as making your bed each morning or keeping an area like your desk organized. Let it grow from there. Journal prompt. What cleaning project are you dreading and why? And what support would you need to get this project finished? Also, you can always team up with a friend to clean if you ever want a cleaning buddy. I always feel like that's fun. Sometimes my sisters come over and help me clean. Oh my god, you were cleaning while watching this? No way. That's crazy. What? That's crazy. I've never had that happen. I've never pulled a self-care card for someone and they're like, I'm actually doing it right now. Oh my gosh. You know what? Maybe you need to do a little bit of cleaning. Yeah. I feel you. I was pondering that tonight too, but I was like, I gotta stream, man. But after I'm done, I'm gonna do my dishes and then I'm gonna take time for me. I promise, guys. Don't worry. I won't work deep into the night, as tempting as it can be. I will stay up till like 5 a.m. working and then I don't sleep. I did that last night, kind of. Well, actually last night, you know, I did a lot of yoga last night, so it was good for my body. I just want you guys to know. It was a good late night for me. Because who doesn't love a little late night yoga? Nobody slept last night for some reason. Really? Were we all awake? We were all just awake. Like, we should have all just hung out. We should have just all called each other and been like, hey, are you awake? I'm awake. We're all awake? Okay, cool. Literally all my friends. Oh my gosh. There you go. That's how we know that we're meant to be friends, Green Skull, because we're both awake. We were both awake last night. Till some ungodly hour. Ugh. When were you up till? Yeah, me too. I'm also always awake. It's hard. My brain just doesn't shut up. Lately, as it gets light out, oof, that's rough. It's hard because then the sun comes up and you're like, do I even sleep? Oh, 8 a.m. is pretty late. Yeah. I was up till like 5 a.m. So not too bad. Played some Mario Kart. You also send a highlighted message? Yes, thank you. I will check that out. Let me scroll back and catch up with some of the chat. But Green Skull, before I move on, does that make sense to you? Is there any other insight that you need or anything you're curious about? Does that track? If you want to screen cap, I think I have everything spread out here. We just go up a little bit because we got a lot of cards. Yep. All right. Sick. I'm glad it makes sense. Oh, wait. You were saying yep in regards to Kione. Yeah, definitely get a nap. Naps are important. You were up till 3 a.m. playing Marvel Rivals, Kione. I feel you. I feel you. That's me sometimes. All right, so let me scroll back a bit. Darian, thank you so much for becoming a member again, by the way. We also had Ricky join. I think that was 2. Thank you, Green Skull. Thank you so much for becoming a sub and also for the biddies. And I hope that the reading spoke to you. And thank you so much for hanging out with us for a bit. Have a good time cleaning. I'm jealous. I'll get there eventually. All right, let's catch up with the YouTube chat, and then I'm coming over to you, Twitch. Sadly, there are no Uno reverse cards in this deck, ChemDog. Basically, do what's best. All right, Darian, I'll add you to the list. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Next up is Rapala, by the way. Rapala, do you have a question ready for the tarot? And do you know which deck you would like? Aw, thank you, Peter. Peter said, I appreciate the variety content in Amanda's channel. Thank you. I really appreciate you saying that. I was even like, should I even be doing tarot streams? Are they too random? But look, you're all here, and I appreciate you all for being here. Yeah, the new Jeff comic. It's Jeff Keone or the Jeff comic that came out the other day. Because, yeah, I saw that one. Them Rivals lobbies. I know you're like, I'll just do one more match. You know what I mean? Also, Lee D, you are also here and you're a member. Did you want a reading? Just let me know. Thank you, Vito. I appreciate it. You guys are just saying nice things about me while I'm doing this reading. Ricky said yes. All right, Ricky, I'll add you to the list. Right under Darian there. Twitch, that is my Twitch. There it is. Darth Nick, hello. I'm good. How are you? We're just doing a tarot reading stream today. Also, I'm so shiny, guys. It's just because I'm really hot in here. Dying. Joel said that was almost right, but don't worry if you missed something. I didn't miss anything. What was almost right? Joel? Jeff, hello. I will add you to the list. Yes, thank you. Ricky, you're here? Nice. You're going to be after Darian. All right. No worries, Darian. You want someone else to have it? Noted. Is there anyone specific you want to pass it on to? I'll make sure to do someone from my non-members list in your honor, perhaps. Aw, no worries, Lady. I just thought I'd check. Dichotic, thank you for the highlighted message. Also, did I miss a points? Another hydrate from Marvel Man. Thank you for the hydrate. Let me catch up with the Twitch chat here. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, people use Uno cards to do like tarot with. You could do that. You could do that. I mean, really, you can just use a deck of cards to do tarot. Mage, thank you for the guide, the raid. We're going to be going for a bit, but if Maisie's still on when we're done, I'm more than happy to raid Maisie. This is a great suggestion. Cherry, thank you for the highlighted message as well. I finally got enough channel points. I wanted to thank you for loving me and giving me that love I so desperately needed for so long. Aw, I appreciate you too, Cherry. Thank you for the kind words. Okay, just catching up here. Joker, thank you for the kind words about my goth fit if you're still here. 142 streams. Wow, that's quite the streak, Cherry. We're going to be doing some co-working tomorrow, Cherry. Hopefully at 8. We'll see if I'm awake and alive. Hopefully I can sleep tonight. Fingers crossed. Gilmore Girls is healing you, Otto? Love to hear that. Gilmore Girls is like so easy to binge, honestly. Yeah, Marvel, if you want one, I can add you to the list. Just let me know. No problem. Yeah, would you like me to add you to the list, Marvel? Just let me know. Let your healing factor kick in 100%, Chem. That is exactly what Green Skull needs to do. Let that healing factor kick in. I think I'm almost fully caught up. Mighty Mike says, back! Really curious about tarot. I find it hard to believe in things like this or astrology. I think it's all in what you get out of it, really. I don't know if cards really predict things for us, but I think they can help us to reflect on what's going on within ourselves. So I think anything that encourages self-reflection is overall a good thing. But, you know, take everything with a grain of salt. It is just a card. I did just pull them from a deck, so you know. But yeah, Mike, if you would like a tarot reading, I'm doing them for subs on Twitch and YouTube members. So if you'd like, let me know. I also have a little list going for people that are not subbed or members, and I can add you onto it if you would like. And if I have time to get to some of those folks, I will. Said you would like a reading. Yes. Yeah. I will, I'll add you in to the longer list, the extended list, Mike. And if we have some time, I'll try to get to some people on that list. It is a card from a completely different deck. The card that I pulled last, that is from my self-care Oracle deck that Chris got for me. So thank you to Chris. Dichotic, I'm sorry to hear that you also have not been sleeping. Oh man, do you have a cough right now? That sucks. I hate that. I hate being woken up by coughing. Rapala, you do have a question ready? You want the Vampirella deck? I can do that for you. What is your question, Rapala? Yes, please, says Marvel Man. All right, I'll add you to the list. Oh no, she just ended her stream. Okay, I'll refund your channel points. No problem, Mage. But thanks for the guide to rate anyways. Hey Duncan Mallory, how's it going? We're just doing some tarot readings. Rapala says, I don't know how to ask this, but I'm wondering if I should stop doing my hobbies that are harder on my body until I'm fully back to health. Like, fishing is hard on my bad arm, but it helps me mentally, and I find myself second guessing. So I'm not sure how to ask that. Okay. Oh, you might have COVID. Oh yeah, you said. I hope you don't have COVID. That would be rough. Have you had COVID before? How are you achy? I feel like aches is a very common thing. How are you feeling that way? Same, Jeff. I'm looking forward to Hush Part 2. Not to be confused with Hush 2. Oh, about my card readings. Oh, you're saying my card readings aren't correct? Is that what you're saying, Joel? Almost right, you said. What was almost right about my card readings? I didn't miss anything, I don't think. I think I covered it. Also, thank you for the kind words, Joel. Hope you're doing well. Never had it, and I always ache, but it has been worse this last week. Yeah, I would say if you're having pretty bad body aches, that would be a pretty big sign. Do you have a kit or anything? Can you, like, I know there's not a lot of testing kits around anymore. Are you able to test for it? Or go into a pharmacy and see if they could test you, or a doctor's office? Oh, you did fine. I was just saying that to help you out. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I covered everything. I was asking the person in the Twitch chat that I was doing the reading for, just to clarify. Because I do simulcasting, so I have my Twitch chat and I have my YouTube chat. Because they're both on my screen at the same time. Thank you, Kione. I love these headphones. These are UO? They were gifted to me by Michael off my Amazon wishlist. Thank you, Michael. Ooh, yeah. All your kits are out of date. Yeah, then, alas, they will not be accurate, so not much point in using those. Well, if you do have COVID, I hope it's quick. Yes, I added Marvel to the list. Thank you, Cherry. Lord Monk, hello. Okay, let's get into Rapala's question. He wanted Vampirella, so we're going to do that. On deck is Vito. So, Vito, if you're still with us here in the YouTube chat, just a heads up to start thinking about that question. And then next up, we have Jamie, and then Ricky, and then Jeff, and then we have Marvel Man on the Twitch side. And if anyone else wants one that is a subscriber on YouTube or is a member on Twitch, or wait, a subscriber on Twitch and a member on YouTube, let me know. And after this one, I might just pop the kettle on so I could have a tea, because my throat is feeling a little... It's not like... I don't think I'm sick. I think my throat is just tired. I think I've just been talking too much. Classic Amanda problems. Constantly yapping. That's me. Thank you, Dichotic. I was telling everyone that you inspired the look. I was like, Dichotic suggested maybe goth look, and then here I am. Duncan Mallory, I ate a protein bar and cereal today. Read tea leaves? Ooh, that would be cool. I don't know anything about reading tea leaves, unfortunately. I need to go back to class at Hogwarts Legacy to learn about that. My divinity class. Divinity and herbology are my two favorite subjects in Harry Potter. Ricky, you are here. Excellent, excellent. Okay, so you are on the list. You'll be after Jamie, just a reminder. So let me focus on Rapala's question. I'm just going to scroll up here. If I'm not as respondent, that's not a thing, is it? Respondent. If I'm not responding as much when I get to this, when I get to your question, or no. If you guys are chatting and I'm not as responsive, just because I'm focusing on Rapala's question, know that I will be right back to chat after this reading. But you can still chat, and I will see it after the reading. Okay, so I guess we could ask this because we don't want to ask it as like a yes or no question. But I guess I would ask, considering Rapala's health, how should he proceed with his more physically demanding hobbies? All right. First card. The Hierophant. That's our past. Next card. Our present. Seven of Cups. And our future for you, Rapala. Yes, thank you, Lady. Responsive is the word I seek. Four of Pentacles for your future. I really like that art on the Four of Pentacles. What's happening on this card? Is Vampy, like, struggling to sleep while the guy's creeping up behind her? That's what it looks like. This one, looks like she's being grabbed by a snake. Our theme. Strength. A lot of strength today. All right. Mage said, not to be a downer, but did you see that Twitch does not want combined chat on screen and is making it against TOS? Do not know the full extent, but I would check it out to be sure. I hope I am wrong. I think the way that I read that, because that was before, unless they changed something. Did they change something? Or was that... also, thank you for the highlighted message, Mage. Or was that from before? Because when they combined them, they said you can't have it like in the chat, I think. But I don't think it's not on screen. It's just not in the chat, I think. Because there are programs you can do to have your chats in each other's chat between like YouTube and Twitch. But I don't do that. Hankel Crank, hello. Thank you, Duncan Mallory. It is a sweet deck. It was a gift. Was a gift. I think this one was gifted to me. Chris, did you give this one to me? I think Red Sonia was from Michael, and I think Vampirella was from Chris. If Chris is here. Yeah, this is my Lorcana mat. It's pretty cute. All right, let's talk about the past, Rapala. The Hierophant. Intuition, tradition, education, belief system, conformity is your past. Let me look it up on my favorite place to look up everything. Labyrinthos. Tradition, social groups, conventionality, conformity, education, knowledge, beliefs. So this seems to be saying that in the past, you've been interested in kind of conforming to things. Now, I can't really read love, career, or finances because this is more of like a physical question. Like you're asking about like what's best for you physically, mentally, moving forward. So let's see how we can interpret this. So I think the Hierophant here might be standing in for this idea of perhaps in the past, I know you went fishing with your dad. So I wonder if it's like in the past, there is that tradition, there is that expectation. You would do that together. And this could be representing that. And that worked for you in the past and was good. You liked having that stability. And now we have the Seven of Cups as our present. I might actually pull another card for the past to see if there's anything else we can see about that. I don't think that's the card that I need. This is what I want. This is the Wheel of Fortune. So with Wheel of Fortune, big cards. There's some big cards you got here for your past. Strong. A lot going on there. Cycles, turning point, destiny, movement. Change, cycles, fate, decisive movements, luck, fortune, unexpected events. So maybe this is representing how in the past, like, you kind of lost a little bit of that connection initially to this, because of your father passing. It represents there are certain fated things that happen in your life. When you have good moments, make sure you enjoy to the fullest, for what comes up must always go down. The same is true in reverse. When you're in a bad situation, things will eventually become better again. So it's just a reminder that everything comes full circle. So I think it's just a reminder that, you know, there have been good and maybe rough times. And so there is this emotional tie, I think, to your hobbies. And maybe that's just what our past is acknowledging. Then we have Seven of Cups for present. Imagination, creativity, fantasies. Okay. I mean, Seven of Cups being water as well, I think this is what you're kind of experiencing in the now. Choices, searching for purpose, illusion, fantasy, daydreaming, wishful thinking, indecision. Sounds accurate. It's literally, basically, you're seeking something now, and you are kind of stuck in between maybe some stuff. You need to clearly see the shadows and visions in your imagination, not only in your dreams, but also in the real world. You should be careful of wishful thinking and be alert of the choices that you make. In one sense, the Seven of Cups indicates that you are a dreamer who is both excited and afraid of the things that you see in your unconscious. In another, the Seven of Cups is a reminder that although it is good to have dreams and wishes, it is even better to take action attaining those dreams. At one point in your life, you will need to stop fantasizing and face the reality of life. So I think what this is saying is in your present, perhaps this is talking about the idea of how you really want to continue with this, but maybe is it a realistic choice for you? Is it something that you should be doing? It's something you want. It's something that you desire. But is it good? You got to be able to see it in reality. If you are unable to make a decision due to the many options that are available, you should evaluate the advantages and disadvantages of each option so as to make the best choice. It is important to exercise caution when you're making your decision, as the card itself seems to show there's not only wonders and treasures that are available to you, but also monsters and shadows. You don't want this guy to wrap you up. Seven of Cups is also linked with temptation. Interesting. So I wonder if it's just reminding you that, like, when you make this choice, you need to really consider what is best for you. So weighing out the pros and cons of each choice is probably going to be helpful in this matter. And let's see what our future holds. This all seems to make sense so far. I feel like the future is where kind of everything rests, to be honest. It's 4 of Pentacles, which we just got in the other reading, actually. So, 4 of Pentacles. And it's upright. Possessiveness, insecurity, hoarding, stinginess, stability, security, savings, materialism, wealth, frugality, boundaries, guardedness. So this is obviously talking a lot about finance because it's Pentacles, but it's talking about this idea of, on one hand, you can maybe take things a little too far and become a bit more greedy. You could start to kind of hoard things or hold on too tightly. But it can also represent that you're financially stable, but you're being conservative. This is interesting. So it is saying, you know, there's no reward without risk. So sometimes you got to risk stuff. You got to, like, kind of let go of things. Wealth is a kind of energy as well, and we create what we express. We create what we express. So it's saying, I think, that you have the power to kind of manifest what you want. You need to be careful to not hold on to things too tightly. I kind of want to pull another card for this, but what I think the cards are trying to tell us here is, in the future, you want to make sure that you, like, you're doing okay right now. So it might be a good time to take a break. That's what I'm thinking, because if you keep going with it, it might become too consuming. It might become too much. Or it could also be saying, I guess, on the other side of, like, sometimes you need risk, no reward. So if this is something that you really feel emotionally that you need, it could be worth it to, like, risk a bit of the physical for the emotional. But also, I feel like maybe emotionally you're in a good place right now, so it might be an okay time to take a break, or maybe just not do as much. Like, you know, don't overdo it. Lizonea, welcome on in. Hello. We don't have a play with viewers up right now. For the tarot readings, if you would like one, you can let me know and I can add you to the list. I do prioritize my Twitch subs and my YouTube members as I'm simulcasting. But I can add you to the list of folks that are not subbed, and if I have time, then I try to get around to some of them near the end. Yeah, Rapala, yeah, go ahead. What would you like to share? Hold on loosely, but don't let go. Yeah, maybe, like, relax the grip a little bit. Thank you so much, Liz, for following. Oh, our follower goal was met. Thank you so much. I'll add you on to the extended list for now. There we go. Hey, Grant, how's it going? Thanks, Grant. Good to know. If I get around to playing Sally Face, that you'll be there. You'll be there in the stream watching. It's the most taxing on your body. Okay. Well, is there perhaps a go-between where you could just parse it out so that it's more something that you have to look forward to, but maybe you don't do it as often? Like, how often do you go fishing? So maybe that could be the solution here. I feel like what this is saying is maybe, like, don't overdo it. No risk, no reward, but, like, you're already in a good place. So, and it's not maybe like you need to push it. Like, do you feel an emptiness when you're not out there? And it really makes sense that a lot of what this is saying is a reminder of the history of why you go out. I'm going to pull one more card here for Four of Pentacles. And strength we already know. So strength is talking about this inner strength with it that you have inside yourself. I feel like these cards are trying to remind you that like a lot of what you have here is already exists. You have a choice to make, but you know, you have the power within yourself to be all right. Yeah, so maybe it's just don't overdo it. Let's pull one more card and see what we get. Actually, this feels right. Nine of Pentacles. Oh, I love this. Rewarded efforts, success, achievement, independence, leisure, material security, self-sufficiency. Okay. In your future. Sounds good. Sounds good. The Nine of Pentacles card indicates that the querent has reached a stage in their lives where they are confident, independent, and self-sufficient. Through hard work, this person is now ready to enjoy money, leisure, and material comfort. The difficulties that were faced in the earlier journey of the Pentacles appears to be over. The Nine of Pentacles conveys not only joy, but also the feeling of security and freedom. Okay, so I think what this is trying to say is that in the future, it's going to work out. But the one thing you do need to remember is the Seven of Cups are asking you to like kind of do a reality check with what's doable. So I would say, I think what the cards are trying to say is you should listen to your body, don't overdo it, and as a result of that, you will be at a better place where you feel more independent and in a better space. That would be my interpretation, but you could interpret it a few ways. It could also be that, you know, no risk, no reward. You do a little bit more and you'll be at a good space. Like continue on with where you're going. But because this is asking us to have a reality check, I just want to make sure that if you do that, you feel it's actually worth what you're putting in. Now, our theme being inner strength, being strength, which obviously usually represents the idea of the inner strength coming out, this coexistence, makes me think that this is about sort of keeping in mind that balance and not pushing it because you don't want to be destructive, which is a warning of the strength card. You know, it's talking about how strength is not just about physical strength and the standard card image, the idea of the animal being subdued. It's not to hurt the animal, it's just to prevent destruction. So I think this is erring on the side of be a bit cautious, don't overdo it, and you will be rewarded as a result. But I could see it as the other way too. So what speaks more to you with this, Rapala? Does this feel clear to you? It's a bit of a tricky one. Bit of a tricky one to interpret. This can also represent that you've not quite reached completion in your journey. There's something missing. The element of community and relationships. The gifts of the suits are meant to be shared, and yet this woman is so far from home. Because she's vampy. She's from outer space. Or maybe from, you know, deep in hell. The Nine of Pentacles can also be about a specific time period of this person's life. This time is about restraint and grace. Diplomacy and grace will lead to the desired outcomes. Henkel says, tarot sounds hard. How long did it take to learn? I didn't really learn so much as just, I don't know. I've been doing tarot on and off for over 20 years. On and off, though. I think it's an ongoing process. But I mean, I have aids to look up what the cards mean, and then I just kind of interpret it based on the question. Yeah, I agree, Rapala. I think maybe just check in with the body, and if you feel like you need more of a break, then, you know, maybe try 2 weeks and see how that feels. And then if you're still not feeling it, then maybe 3 weeks. And the good news is that it will give you something to look forward to for that time, which I think is good. Just realizing my mic is a little hot. Is my volume okay, guys? Okay. Vampirella Winnie Pooh crossover. You can only get it here on my stream. Started a new follower goal. We'll try to get to 3,500 followers. That's a lot of people on Twitch. So, yeah, let me know if that makes sense. And if you have any other questions. If not, we will move on. Next up will be Vito over on the YouTube side. Vito, are you still with us? And then after that, we have Jamie. And then Ricky. I sound good? All right, volume is good. You're welcome, Rapala. You're welcome. Okay, I'm going to clear it. Do you need a picture? Or are you good? That does all make sense, and I appreciate you spending so much time on it. No worries, Rapala. Thank you so much for your question, and thank you for the tarot. It was a fun one to do. You got a picture? All right, sweet. I'll clear it. I'll clear it. I'm going to set up the kettle. I think I'll change our music as well because we've listened to Zelda Ambient a few times now. Maybe we'll do... Destiny. Oh, it's only 3 minutes. Well, that's all right. Still a good amount of time for me to go and start the kettle. I'm just gonna put my kettle on so I can make myself a little tea, and then I'll be right back, and then we will move on to Vito. Vito said, I made a mistake at work. I want to see how that will evolve in the future, and how will my work be until the end of the year? Good question, Vito. Great. Yes, I can do that for you. Cherry, I love that you jumped over to the YouTube side for a bit. And next up will be Jamie. So Jamie, just get your question ready to go if you're still here. And then after that, we got Ricky. Also, if anyone else would like a tarot reading, please just let me know in the chat. If you are a Twitch sub or if you're a YouTube member, you get priority. But even if you're not, I can add you to my extended list. And if we have time, I will try to get to some of those folks. All right, I will be right back. Give me 2 seconds. Maybe I don't have a BRB on here. I don't see it actually. Okay, well, imagine it says be right back here. And I will be right back. Hello, I have returned. All right, let's get into Vito's question. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Jarrell, thank you so much for the 99-cent super chat. Jarrell, did you want a tarot reading today, by the way? Let me know. I don't know if I'm a goddess. I am just a woman with some cards. Sorry, I'm just checking the chat thing really quick before I start this. Hey, Ray, thank you so much for the $5 tip. I appreciate you.
Tarot readings, you say?
Tarot readings, indeed. So I'm reading about it. I haven't heard about anyone getting banned for it, is my thing. But that's what Mage was asking about earlier. Mage, you still here? I was just looking at it. Ray, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Ray, would you like a tarot reading? There is a line, but you have also sent a $5 super chat. I'm doing one for Vito right now. But because you sent a $5 super chat, I can boost you up. The stream is not over, Neba. We are just taking a second here. Sorry, I was just checking because I just wanted to make sure I wasn't breaking TOS, but I think it's still kind of cloudy, honestly, that whole situation. Vito, do you have a preference for which deck you would like me to use, or is any deck okay? Pooh is always very content. He is content. Look at him. We love him. My kettle just went. If you guys don't mind, I do want to grab a tea. I just drank a chocolate milk really quick as well because I was hungry. Yeah, I'll do Vito. You would? Okay, all right. I'll do Vito, and then you will be next, Ray, if you would like. We'll pop you in there. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. And then it'll be Vito, then Ray, then Jamie, then Ricky, then Jeff, then Marvel Man. That's who's on our list right now. Yeah, just making a tea. Sorry. You're making a General Grievous model kit. Nice. That's a great way to hang out while watching the stream. So Vito, just let me know if you have any preference for deck. My purple deck. Self-care deck? So these cards are all focused on things that you can do for self-care. But I can use this deck if you would like. We've got our self-care deck, so it's things like clean your space, create art, aromatherapy. We did do a whole reading with it, and it actually worked kind of well. So we can totally do that. And then we got the Vampirella deck, tarot. And then we have my standard tarot deck, the Red Sonia tarot deck. And then we also have another oracle deck. So we have the self-care oracle deck, and then we have the you believe in your own magic oracle deck. So we can do self-care if that's what you're interested in. I like it. I like it. And then let me just make my tea. I'll be right back. We'll get started. Thank you everyone for your patience. I'm so sorry that I need to step away. I just was like, I really got to take a bio break, and I'm wearing a bodysuit, so it takes me a bit because it has snaps at the bottom, guys. It's like a whole, and it's not very long. Thank goodness I have long arms. Otherwise I don't know how I'd reach it. Okay, stepping away for 2 seconds. I'll be right back. Then we'll do Vito. Tea procured. And now I'm ready. I'm ready to tarot. Just pop that over there. Oh. Okay. Actually, I guess we've had 3 members this stream. There we go. Okay. Oh, my standard deck then? Okay, okay. We can keep the self-care cards out. Maybe there will be something that will compel us to draw one. If that's where your instincts go, you know. Could be something there. Jarrell, thank you for the 99-cent super chat. Ooh, a bit more damage done to our stream boss there, Time Roller. Jarrell's coming in for that spot, doing another little hit. Thank you so much for the super chat, my friend. I guess we're back to the drawing board here for music, eh? Destiny and Chill was the shortest album of the bunch. This looks good. Good Kid, something a little bit more upbeat, Joker. We could do some Good Kid at some point. We'll do some Zelda for now, but maybe I'll play some Good Kid after that. Okay, so Vito's question is, I made a mistake at work. I want to see how will that evolve in the future, and how will my work be until the end of the year? Okay, so Vito is asking about the mistake at work. Vito wants to know how the mistake at work will work out. How will work be for the rest of the year? Vito wants to know how the mistake at work will work out, and how will work be for the rest of the year. Vito wants to know how the mistake at work will work out, and how will work be for the rest of the year. Vito wants to know how the mistake at work will work out, and how will work be for the rest of the year. Vito wants to know how the mistake at work will work out, and how will work be for the rest of the year. How will work be for the rest of the year? How will work be for the rest of the year? How will work be for the rest of the year? First card is the Queen of Wands. Ooh, I was just thinking about having a protein shake, Cherry. Second card is Three of Cups for our present. So our past is Queen of Wands. Our present is Three of Cups. And our future is reversed Temperance. Subject for the stream, reversed Page of Pentacles. I set up. One day I'm going to get an arm. Then we can have the camera above me. Instead of sitting beside me and then every time I touch it, it wants to move. Should really get that arm. I think I can get one for like 75 bucks. Okay. So, Queen of Wands. The Queen of Wands represents, in the past, generosity and strength. The Queen of Wands is an interesting mix of fiery enthusiasm and optimism and ambition. She has a sincere wish for relationships and a satisfying home life. Unlike the Knight of Wands, the Queen is not prepared to take risks. She is happy to gamble when she is sure that she can win. She minds losing more than the Knight of Wands, so she learns her limitations and operates within them. The Queen of Wands is connected with the zodiacal sign of Leo, which is both fiery and fixed, so there's a sense of boundary connected with the Queen of Wands that is not as evident in the Sagittarian Knight or the Aries King when it appears in a reading. The Queen of Wands may represent someone entering your life who is capable of attending to many different areas of life at the same time. She is simultaneously available to the family, successful and powerful at work, and interested in creative or artistic pursuits. If this card suggests an aspect of yourself that you need to develop, it might include versatility and creativity. The Queen of Wands is a generous friend and willing to share any good fortune she possesses, such qualities as loyalty and dependability, yet at the same time she does not suffer fools gladly and can become impatient if she feels she is being used. She enjoys admiration and is happy to be center stage. If she represents an event, it is likely to be a lucky break, an opportunity that must be seized with both hands. So it sounds like this could be a person in your past, perhaps at work, or it could represent perhaps a move up that you had. Maybe there was something that put you in a better position at work, and this is representing that. So I would say that she represents something in the past, either a person or something that happened to you. It's also possible that she could represent a lack of creativity in your past, but I just don't feel like that really speaks to the question that you asked. So I would say, yeah, do you think that she might be a coworker that you work with? Or is it possible, Vito, that this might be more of a representing your work in the past? Was there a lot that you were taking on and kind of keeping busy with, being creative, filling a lot of different roles? And then Three of Cups is the present. So this is celebration, and it is obviously a water suit. Interesting. Celebration. 3 is the number of initial completion. Probably work. Okay. So 3 is the number of initial completion, and in the watery suit of cups, it indicates that something of an emotional nature has been achieved. There's something that should be celebrated. An atmosphere of rejoicing. It could indicate an engagement. Could also represent the birth of a child. And the present is saying you should enjoy the moment, but keep in mind that it represents a peak experience, after which life will become the regular struggle again. So that's going to happen. So this can represent a period of transition from euphoria to the resumption of ordinary life. Could be a birthday, could be an anniversary, could be a promotion, even potentially. So basically, it's all about sharing good times with loved ones. So I'm wondering, I'm in the middle of work trials. Okay, but you said you made a mistake. So I don't know. This is kind of saying that in the present, there's going to be means for celebration. So is it maybe when you're done your work trials, you'll be able to celebrate? And maybe the mistake you made wasn't as dire as you thought it was. Maybe this is trying to say that, like, it will be a moment for you to celebrate. Or maybe it's warning you that you will be celebrating, but get ready because then it'll be back to the norm. So that's interesting. Let's see what the future holds, because it's reverse temperance, which I'm curious about. I haven't pulled temperance in a while. Cooperation and sharing is the theme of the card. Doesn't sound like it's going to be good reverse. So I wonder if there'll be some kind of competition. So reversed, it means imbalance, excess, extremes, discord, recklessness, hastiness. Temperance in reverse is a reflection of something that is out of balance and may be causing stress and anxiety. The real meaning of temperance can be deciphered using the other cards in the spread to identify areas where this imbalance is being caused. A temperance in reverse may also be used as a warning. If you take a certain path, it would lead to turbulence and excess. I mean, it is in the future, so I feel like it is a warning. Lack of a long-term plan or vision may also be the temperance reversal meaning. This creates a lack of purpose for you, leaving you feeling lopsided as you search here and there for what you should be doing. You must reflect and think carefully about what needs to change. Temperance reminds us that all things are only good in moderation, and that we must examine in which aspects of our lives we are breaking the balance. In career, it can be work-life imbalance, all-or-nothing job, a rush job, or reckless decisions. Do you maybe put work too far forward? Or are you finding that you're maybe not giving too much and enough to your work? So it's suggesting that there might be an imbalance where the quality of work might be suffering, either because you're overdoing it or you're underdoing it. So I think this is just saying in the future, in order to continue on a path of success, you want to make sure that you're keeping everything in check and keeping everything balanced. So working enough, but not too much. Maybe it can be overcome. There are many factors I don't control. Okay. So there was a mistake that you made, but you're saying that you might be able to overcome the mistake because, Joel, what are you saying? There will be no more government soon? What do you mean? No more government? Are you saying that this is a mistake that you made, but that like there's a lot of factors that are just outside of your control, so they might not be like super upset about it? They might understand why it was made. I'm thinking that what this maybe means is that you just need to make sure that you're in a place where you have a sense of balance so you can move forward in a way that feels meaningful and you don't get overwhelmed. I feel like, Vito, it might be that like you're maybe being like harder on yourself too. Like maybe things aren't as bad as you think and they're going well, and it's just don't like overdo it, because then it might not be in a good spot. Have you been working a lot? We're also going to look at the Page of Pentacles, which is in reversed. Okay, so reverse Page of Pentacles is foolish, immature, irresponsible, lazy, underachiever, procrastinator, missed chances, poor prospects. So maybe, maybe what it's just saying to you is like, things are okay, but you need to like keep your eye on the prize. Maybe you need more focus. That could be what this is saying based on the theme here. The Gomizer, or the Gomizer? Thagomizer. Welcome on in to the chat. Thank you so much for subscribing. Or if you're in the chat, you might just be watching YouTube videos. In career, it says... So it says that you might kind of be stuck in a place where you have the success that you want to get to, but you're not really like staying as motivated. So you need to stay focused and stay motivated and put in the work to have that happen. But it could also just be due to the fact that your ideals for success are maybe higher than is possible. And this could be related to the fact that you were saying that there are things in your job that are out of your control. You've been working a lot? Okay. Then I wonder what this is trying to tell us, because it's reversed. Maybe it's not supposed to be reversed, and then I think it would be the opposite. Too much work? Because then that doesn't really fit. Do you think, though, that maybe you're setting the bar too high? Like, have you been overdoing it in the sense that maybe, like, there are ambitions that you have at work, but they're somewhat unattainable just because, like, they're really challenging, and like you said, there are aspects that are just completely out of your control? Hey, Daryl, how's it going? Right. Lee D is saying, as someone in a leadership position, I can say new hires get a pass on smaller mistakes, but if you make consistent mistakes or show no growth, then you might be in trouble. So I think maybe it's like, if you're newer, like everything's going to be good, but it's just saying, just in the future, make sure you find that balance. Don't overdo it, but don't underdo it, because otherwise you're going to burn yourself out if you overdo it. And if you underdo it, then it won't be enough. And this is just, I think, maybe advising, maybe adjusting goals a little bit. Maybe that's the theme here. It's saying that there's an issue, something isn't matching up, or, I mean, do you find your job to be fulfilling, Vito? That's the other question. Double reverse. Yeah, we got 2 reverse cards in the reading. One is just more of the subject line, but one is our future card. However, Temperance reverse sounds like it's more of a, just a heads up, watch out for that. There are big challenges I've had to take on my own with no aid. Wow. That sounds like a struggle. Well, maybe what this is just trying to say then is just a reminder that, like, hey, you know, you can't, like, Rome wasn't built in a day. So, like, stay focused. But make sure you're being realistic with what you can do, because you can only do so much, especially if people aren't supporting you. Well, it sounds like there's no immediate danger, but in the future, you just need to watch out. Right now, I think you're going to be good, but in terms of how the rest of the year will go, I would say watch out for that reverse temperance near the end of the year. You want to make sure that you're not overdoing it or underdoing it. I'm kind of tempted to, like, pull another card here. Do we want more clarification on anything? Kind of like to know more about either the present or the future, I think. So I think I'm going to pull one more. I think it's the present that I want. Reversed Queen of Swords. Okay, interesting. Interesting. So reversed Queen of Swords represents pessimistic, malicious, manipulative, harsh, bitter, spiteful, cruel, deceitful, unforgiving. Is there someone at your work that represents this card? Because I'm wondering if this is someone maybe at your work, or maybe it's just a representation of earlier on in your work. A good person who either changed, or someone else that you've now had to be working with who maybe doesn't get things like the previous person did when you first started. Is there someone at work who's holding a grudge against you? The Queen of Swords reverse can indicate an overly critical person who uses her words and her intellect to create suffering. Or his, potentially. She can be harsh and sometimes downright cruel with how she expresses herself. If this is you, you may need to learn how to communicate better. Can you be honest while also caring for another person's feelings? Can you address your concerns about a project without blaming someone? These may actually benefit you by helping others better digest your ideas, avoid being too negative. So it could be you or someone else. That's good advice, Lady. Lady's saying if you need help, even if they can't give you help, maybe just like at least let them know, like, hey, I could use assistance with this. I know you guys are busy, but I'm just letting you know I'm struggling a bit and I'd appreciate some help. It's a good point. We are the same team. One of my bosses has always been toxic. All right, well, this could represent that person, maybe. And maybe this is just trying to say, if you feel like you've been working hard, then this might just be trying to remind you to keep your goals in check. And that will be maybe key in order to you making it through in a positive way by the end of the year. Because I do think you need to watch out for that temperance. Does this make sense to you, Vito? Is this speaking at all to you? Am I making any sense? Do you need any cards for clarification? Is there anything else you'd like me to pull for here? I think I kind of get what it's trying to say. I think it's just trying to say to be mindful of the choices that you make upcoming, but right now I think you're still safe. I think you're okay. Yeah, it is hard when you have bad management. It sounds like that's maybe what our Queen of Swords here is representing. Maybe that's that boss that you have that's toxic and not great at listening to people. And maybe you should still, you know, communicate to let people know that you do need assistance. Because this could also be maybe just not necessarily that you're lazy, but more that you're just overwhelmed. Yes, yeah, I'm glad. Yeah, that's rough, man. I hope that one more card. Yeah, what would you like me to pull for? Past, future. Do you want another present card, or would you like me to pick? All right, you guys want some good kid? We can do some good kid underneath. It's going to be pretty soft at first, but it should come up a little bit as once Nick gets in singing on the track. You pick, present or future. I think future. Oh wait, this is a Nick. This is a new song. Oh, with Loop. That's cool. A little duet. All right. I'm going to do for future. Okay, so we got Ace of Wands. Just trying to see if that was actually the card that I needed to pull, and yes. Here we go. It was. So Ace of Wands for the future. Outbursts of creativity. Okay. This can symbolize a new start. The time is ripe for a new creative endeavor, which might be artistic, but might equally be a new endeavor in the business world. So it's just letting you know that there's going to be a surge of energy towards a new business venture. I don't know if this will be a new job. I don't know if it'll still be within your place of employ. But I feel like the fact that it also comes with temperance is something to consider. So I wonder if the temperance, if we don't resolve that kind of balance that the temperance is calling for, if this is kind of something that will spill out of that. And I think it'll mean that you might be starting again. So I don't know if it means that you'll find a new job, but it does say, or if it'll just be a new position. But it does sound optimistic in the sense that you'll have that surge of creativity. But with the Ace of Wands, the other important element is that you need to remember, like, you haven't built anything yet, right? It's just one stick. So you want to try to remember that, like, you still have to do the work to make that idea a reality. So it could be you're just, something is going to happen in your future if, you know, the balance isn't there, I think, where you will start something fresh and you'll be, like, really energized with it. I wonder if that means that it'll be, like, a new position. Because that would be kind of cool. Hey, Locke, how's it going? Singing some Black Magic Woman in the chat, I see. What do you think of the Ace of Wands there, Vito, and my interpretation of that? It could also be like an alternate future path. These might be running parallel, and it could go this way or this way. But I feel like these probably are a bundle. I've done all I can in this one. Yeah, so maybe it's just letting you know, like, if things don't work out here, you will have new prospects. But the only thing is that you will have to kind of start from scratch, but it'll be something that is more inspiring, I think, to you. Do you feel like you're kind of at a dead end in your job? Because it kind of seems like that's what the cards are pointing towards. Like, you're feeling a bit stuck. I don't know where to put this. I have, like, no space on my desk. It's just, like, piles of everything. Well, everything that I need for stream, really. I think also that means that we're probably good for this one. So I feel like this makes sense. Yeah, maybe it's time to start looking. Just in case. I'd be worried about this card too in the present. You went into the history of how you created your pony. Nice. Reference, not referral. Yeah, reference. Yeah, not referral. Are you good with this one, Vito? Do you feel satisfied? And also, Ray, if you're still here, let me know if you have a question ready. It is. The job is good. People that are clients are good. But I have no room to grow here. Okay, well, maybe that makes a lot more sense. Because I wonder if what the Page of Pentacles is saying isn't necessarily that you lack ambition, but more that, like, there's just nowhere else to head to. So that makes a lot of sense. So yeah, I think maybe, like, you're okay for now. This person clearly is not feeling it. But, you know, it is Three of Cups. There will be celebrations coming up now in the present. And in the future, keep an eye out for that balance. Don't let yourself get too overwhelmed, but don't not do enough. And maybe even what this is saying is just reminder to do more if you do have a new start, if you do start somewhere fresh by the end of the year. But yeah, maybe keep an eye out for other opportunities in that case. That's what I think it's trying to say. You are so welcome, Vito. Do you need to screenshot or are you good? And Ray, what is your question? Welcome in. Still chilling. And then on deck will be Jamie. Jamie, if you're still here, Jamie Lamey, you are next. And then Ricky, if you're still here, Ricky. And then Jeff. And then over to Marvel Man over on the Twitch side. Also, Vito, thank you so much for your question. I hope that was helpful. I feel like it's so challenging when you have a workplace where you just feel like you can't grow. I totally get what that's like. Or, you know, a workplace where you, even worse, where you maybe don't want to grow, you know? That's rough. Ricky's still here. Nice. Okay, I'm going to clean up these cards. I'm assuming Vito is good. So I'm going to clean them up. You once visited Freddie Mercury's house with your aunt? That sounds fun, Kevin. Oh, nice, Cherry. Starlight Peppermint Candy. What is Starlight Peppermint Candy? Sounds tasty. I could go for some of that right now. I feel like I'm hungry, but I don't want to, like, eat anything because everything that I'd eat would be, like, a quick snack. Like, I'd actually like to, like, maybe eat a meal after, even though it'll probably be late. It was there are things you said you need to examine to get the whole picture. No worries, Lady. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Have a great rest of your evening. Should I pursue a relationship with an old friend or should I try to start something with a new friend? Ooh, okay. New friend or old friend? What are we doing? Let's find out. Do you have a preference for deck, Ray? Let me show you my decks. Oh, whoops. That's my chat. I have my original deck, this deck here that I used for Veto. This is my Giovanni Caselli deck. And then I have my self-care deck. This is an oracle deck that's all cards that are about things that will help you with self-care. We have done full readings with this deck and it's worked, but it is, you know, more used for self-care, so maybe not for this reading, but it's an option. We got the Red Sonja deck, our tarot deck with Red Sonja on the cards. We've got our Vampirella deck with Vampy on the cards. And then we've also got the Oracle deck that is called Believe in Your Own Magic. Very magical, sort of girls based. But it's an Oracle deck. It's given me some good insight for folks. Yeah, we got a lot of decks. Ricky, you love peppermint? Peppermint is great, I agree. Yeah, pretty cool. Freddie Mercury's house. That's what Kevin was talking about, Joker. Vampirella. We can do Vampirella. All right, so Ray wants to know, should I pursue a relationship with an old friend or should I try to start something new with a new friend? Start something with a new friend. Ray wants to know, should I pursue a relationship with an old friend or a new friend? Should Ray This card wanted to come out of the deck. The Fool. So we'll just set that aside because that wanted to pop out. See where that fits. Oh. That was a bunch of cards, so that doesn't count. So our first card is 5 of Swords for your past. Second card is... Oh. Is this reversed? Huh. 10 of Swords. I don't really know if this deck is meant to be reversed because the cards like actually have a logo on the back that would show you which way is right face up. So we can check out reversed and we can also check out not reversed and see which one fits. Future. Future is reversed, 8 of Swords. A lot of swords here. Our theme from the bottom of the deck is the sun for this reading. Kind of our focus. We also have the Fool over here. So see where that comes in. Whoops, keep clicking the wrong things. That's you, the Fool? I don't know. I mean, maybe. Are you very optimistic? The Fool tends to usually be someone that is optimistic, but sometimes to a fault. Sometimes ignorant, but sometimes the Fool is a good card. It's not necessarily a bad card. The Fool. It's actually a quite joyful card. Hey Jesse, how's it going? Starlight peppermint candies are classic red and white striped hard candies. Oh, I love those candies then. I know about that. Oh, because it's like kind of like a starburst coming out of the center. Is that why they call it Starlight? Man, you're making me want peppermint candies. They're so good. I think I might have one Mento left. Ignorance can be bliss. This is true, Chemdog. Alright, so let's start with the 5 of Swords. The 5 of Swords is discord, conflict, tension, and remorse. So that's your past. Huh. So, in the past, was there a conflict that you're coming out of? Or was there like a split or a feud between people? It seems like you might be coming out of a place where there was a disagreement. And while you may have won the disagreement, it caused you to potentially lose people. Or lose a connection with somebody. Tension, conflict, arguments, fights, irritability, wanting to be right. So it can be a representative of an unexpected change or some uneasy energy. Perhaps there was some anxiety or some ultimatums. And it may have been a passionate relationship, but one that dealt with a lot of clashes, perhaps, that you were coming out of. Optimistic in life, but pessimistic in how lovers view me. Interesting. No conflict that I'm aware of. The old friend moved away, but is now back. Okay. Okay, so in your past, in your romantic life, you didn't have any conflicts or anything. Okay, let me pull another card for this. The Hermit reversed. Loneliness, isolation, recluse, antisocial. Have you been single for like a while? Are you single? If you don't mind me asking. Just for the reading. Or was there any, I mean, maybe this is the distance that you're talking about. It says feeling distant from partner. Perhaps you've been alone for a while and you're kind of looking to get back in. That makes sense. That sounds like what you're coming out of. Based on the fact that you're kind of trying to choose between two people. So you may have felt like maybe someone was drifting away from you. Were you, with your old partner, was there like any distance between you guys? Or is that why the relationship ended? Because they moved away? Negatory. Yes. Okay. So did they, is that why that relationship ended before? Because the Hermit seems to be implying that there's like a sense of isolation, that maybe wasn't like necessarily a choice that you made. So it might have just be like because of the distance between you. Did you like drift apart, but you're like have kind of started reconnecting now in the present? Nice, Cherry. Rust up. Smooth, Amanda. Am I smooth? Me? Smooth. Distance ended it, yes. Okay. Okay, so maybe that was just like, maybe that was the conflict. Maybe there was just, it was hard to stay together because distance. Or, you know, when someone moves away, it's kind of like, well, kind of is what it is. But now they're back. They're back in town. So what do we do with that? So let's see. 10 of Swords reversed. 10 of Swords, I think, is a pretty perilous card. So I feel like reversed should be good. Better, I think, than upright, I think. Yeah, survival, improvement, healing, lessons learned, despair, and relapse, though. Also come with this card. Healing from past, putting relationship back together. Right now it's kind of sounding like it might be the previous person. The old love that we're talking about here. You may have many scars from past romantic wounds, but the reverse 10 of Swords tarot love meaning can suggest that you may be on your way towards healing. If you are in a relationship, the bonds between you and your lover that seemed permanently severed may be healing. In other cases, the relationship may have already collapsed, but you have managed to cope. There may still be feelings of anger and despair, but also recognition of the lessons that this heartbreak has taught you. It's likely you'll be able to recover from the situation with more strength than ever. So it kind of feels like what this is saying is maybe that the relationship ended, but now you have the opportunity to resume that relationship. So right now it seems like it's leaning towards the old love, the tarot. We also have the 8 of Swords reversed. I don't think the 8 of Swords is particularly bad. So that's for our future card. Freedom, release, taking control, survivor, facing fears, empowered, surrender. Ooh, this sounds good. This sounds good, actually. reversed. In love, whoa. Like a cackly old school, like a classic old school cackly witch for the next reading. Is that really a dialect though? What area is the witch from? Critter Nation. Sounds like it might be an impression. A character. Amanda Axe. Witchy vibes for the next one. We could do something like that. But what area is the witch from? Because that's important for dialect. Slow dance. Eastern Europe. Okay. So for love, the reversed Eight of Swords in the future means a clearer perspective of relationship and active role in love life. Sounds promising. As you take off the blindfold, take a long, clear look at your romantic life. The Eight of Swords tarot love meaning can suggest that your perspective is changing now, that you have a more clear and objective understanding of your relationship. Anxieties may be lifted, and it can now be clear to you what needs to be done in order to feel happier, in your romantic life. If you're single, you may find yourself more willing to take your love life into your own hands. Fears and anxieties that have blocked you from truly pursuing romance can be lifted. So it sounds promising. So it sounds like in the future you're going to be ready to make that move. And it sounds like mainly what we're talking about here is the old partner. So maybe you're heading that way. There's also the sun, which I'd be curious to see what the sun is trying to tell us. Thank you for the posture check, Hankle Crank. Thank you, thank you. Happiness, success, optimism, vitality, joy, confidence, happiness, truth. Yeah, sounds like it's a pretty positive reading to me. I think maybe the old love is what you need in your life. At least that's what it seems to be. This is pointing you towards. You're going to become closer, and maybe you're going to be at a place in the future, maybe not yet, but maybe in the future you're going to be at a place where you're ready to kind of like move forward with the relationship. The Sun card represents a feeling of optimism and fulfillment. Sounds good. Much joy and happiness that is coming to you. Because of your own personal fulfillment, you provide others with inspiration and joy as well. People are drawn to you because they're capable of seeing the warm and beautiful energy which you bring into their lives. Sounds nice. And you apparently might be feeling more confident right now. So yeah, it sounds like good things are coming in your love life. And maybe the former partner is the best one. And then we also do have our Fool card, which popped out just surprisingly. Kind of just popped out of the deck. So let's check. Beginnings, freedom, innocence, originality, adventure, idealism, spontaneity. Yeah, Fool is a good card. I think when it's reversed is when it usually means like you could be ignorant to something. Infinite potential. Symbol of innocence. Usually means the beginning of a new journey. A new relationship, a fun, light romance. You need to experience new things in order to find the romance you desire. Take risks. Surprises are in store for you. Well, that kind of feels like it might be leaning more towards the new partner. But it could also mean a new start with the old partner. And you just need to open yourself up to more possibilities. So I don't know. Is there something that... Yeah, it sounds pretty positive, right? It sounds like is there either of these people, have they kind of suggested to you something that's like a little bit like out of left field for like an activity or something you guys might get up to together? Anything where they were like, this could be a cool thing. And you're like, wow, that would be kind of crazy. That you've been entertaining the idea of, or something that you've been considering doing that maybe you've never done before, somewhere you've never gone, or something that you've always wanted to try. Or, I mean, could be kinky. Not that that's what the stream is about, but, you know, you don't have to go into details. But is there something that you feel like, is there one of them that said something like that? Or something that you feel more of a tie to? Both have, yes. Oh, okay. Huh. Well, I feel like the rest of this is kind of pulling more towards the older partner. The past, the present. The future sounds like it's just going to be good. The overall sounds like it's going to be good. And you sound like you're pretty much like good for the adventure. So, both have said. Okay, so that doesn't really help us that much then. I think it's pointing more towards the old partner just based on the previous cards. But I could pull one more card. Let's pull one more card for the future. Okay. 10 of Pentacles. Oh, I think that's also a pretty good card. This can't be the end. So this is just saying that everything that you have set out to accomplish is going to come together in the end. So it signifies in love, financial stability, a financially stable couple, relationship milestones, family approval. So it sounds like the person that you end up with, it might be like a very solid bond. Like it might be like a long-term partner. It says, it also implores you to make decisions that will not only have positive results in the present, but also in the long term. So I guess the question is, between these two potential partners, do you feel like there's one that you feel more suits like your idea of a long-term relationship? Because I think that's where you might be headed. Both suggested an activity we could do together. Wow. Both of them suggested something that you could do together. You're like, oh, I never thought of that. That's cool. That's crazy. Sounds like they're both good potential partners for you. Could be kinky. Critter Nation, I'm just saying. You know, new things. Could be kinky. Rapala, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the stream. So yeah, I guess the question is, who do you more see the potential of like a future with? I think it's trying to push you a little bit more in that direction. I think old partner though might be the one. Old friend versus new friend. But I think that pretty much answers all the questions that I have for this. Does that answer your questions, Ray? Do you have anything else that you feel like you need clarity on, or does this make sense to you? It's making a lot of sense to me. And so I guess it wasn't so much like a feud with the Five of Swords. It was probably just in the past there was that split because of the distance. This is like, feels like it's just free advertising for Lorcana on my stream. Play Lorcana. I still have to open all my Lorcana. She got her dirty nose. What? That's not good. How is the infection going with the other guinea pig? Are they better? Was that s'mores? Which one was that? It's always fun at Vamps. We do our best. We do our best. I feel like I gravitate towards the old, but the past complicates it. The new is appealing, though, to start something. Right. But I will say that it sounds like in the future, you are going to be at a place to, like, move through whatever the past... Like, was there something that happened in the past that you just feel like isn't resolved? Because it sounds like everything's going to be resolved in the future if you just continue on the path that you're down. That you're going down. It sounds like right now you're kind of healing, and then you're going to be in a good place to like move forward. So if you just keep going with what you're doing, I think it'll work out if you want to go with the old partner. I definitely think this is pointing more towards the old partner. Other than dressing up as a goth, have I dipped much into goth culture? When you say goth culture, like what exactly do you mean, Dichotic? I mean, I literally used to live the goth life for a couple years. But I don't know what you mean when you say, like, goth culture. Like, do I go to goth events? Muy interesante. Very, very interesting. I agree. Okay, cool. Well, I'm going to leave it there then, Ray, if you feel good. I feel pretty good about this. If you want to snap a pic, feel free to do a screenshot if you'd like of your reading, if you'd like it. Next up, this is a good reading. There's like, everything felt like it was really coming together with this one. Jamie, you're next, by the way. So if you have a question, as you pop into the chat, let me know. I have to do it like an Eastern European witch because Twitch is making me. So, my apologies in advance. At least for like, I think 5 minutes. You are so welcome, Ray. I appreciate your question. I hope it all works out. You'll have to let us know how it goes. Ah, yeah. Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah, like, so like goth events. I've never been to a gothic nightclub. That sounds like it would be really fun, though. I guess my thing is, like, I don't know if I'm gothic enough, if that makes sense. I think I could be. But I've never been to, like, a goth event that's, like, more exclusively for goths. But I was into paganism for a time. I had a little coven. It was pretty cute. But I haven't really been into paganism for a while. Joins coven. Yeah, would you guys join my coven? So like Baroness G.I. Joe, says Jesse. Baroness G.I. Joe, like in the sense that she is like a goth? Or wait, is Baroness in the new G.I. Joe comic a pagan? Did I miss something? Blade flashbacks for a goth nightclub. Yeah, exactly. I'd love to go to a goth nightclub, though. I feel like a little like, can I go to a goth nightclub? Am I goth enough? Because sometimes I feel like people are like, if you don't live the goth life every moment of every day, man, you're not a goth. I've encountered people like that. I feel like most goths are pretty cool, so I don't think that they would mind. They'd probably just be excited to party with someone that also was all gothed up. Queen of the Damned. Ugh. Love Queen of the Damned. Also, Shadow Moon, hello. Thanks for being a member. Let me know if you'd like a tarot reading, as I see your little badge in the chat. Also, if anyone on the Twitch side also wants a reading, just let me know. Right now, we're going to be doing Jamie's reading. Jamie just put their question in chat. Then I've got Ricky on YouTube. Then I've got Jeff on YouTube. Then I've got Marvel Man. And then those are all of the subs. So then if no one else wants one that's subbed on Twitch or that's a member on YouTube, I will jump into some of the non-sub ones, and we'll see if people are still here. Dichotic said, I just wore dark colors. I didn't wear makeup, and I was accepted. But I was with two very full-on goth women. Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like you need a goth to, like, sign off, you know? Like a full goth. Like, they have to be like, that person's cool. They can come in. Hello, Shadow Moon. Salut to you. Comment ça va? How are you doing? You'd like to try, Jesse? I'll add you to the list. And the Australian accent went a long way in the US in the 90s. Yeah, that also makes sense. People probably like, where are you from? I love your accent. In the US and in the North Americas, I can say, as someone from Canada, we love an accent. All right. So next up, yeah, is Jamie. Jesse, I've added you to the list. Shadow Moon, I'm great. I'm very well. I'm just doing some tarot readings for some folks. Jamie's question is, I'm headed back to school for the first time in years. I still work full-time overnight, and I get social anxiety. I'd like some insight as to how all of that will go, please. Good question, Jamie. Okay, so you want to know about how the social stuff will go once you are going back to school and also working on top of that, which sounds like it's going to be a lot. Do you have a preference for deck? We have a few different decks here. We've got our self-care oracle deck. A lot of things that'll help you feel good. Could be relevant. We've got our Vampirella deck, which I just used for Ray. We've got my Giovanni Caselli deck. Very classic. We've got the Believe in Your Own Magic Oracle deck. Which sounds like it might be good for you too. It's an Oracle deck, not a tarot. Woo. But Oracle decks you can still do readings with, so. And then our Red Sonia deck, which I haven't cracked yet today, but is still here for us. Hey Kimberly, how's it going? Have Jen do my tarot? Jen actually has done tarot readings for me before. We've both done tarot readings for each other. Oh, the places and parties I got invited to. I believe it, Dichotic. Whichever deck feels right. Okay. Let me see. Yeah, I think I want the Oracle. I'm gonna leave the self-care cards out too, because there might be something in there for us. Yay, Cherry, lay down, enjoy it. What's my newest one, Red Sonja? My newest deck is my Oracle deck. Believe in your own magic, Henkel. Okay, I gotta do this with a witch voice. So enjoy, Jamie, this great Eastern European crackly kind of witch voice we're gonna do. All right. Jamie wants to know. Jamie is going back to school for the first time in many years and wants to know, working overnight with social anxiety, how it will all go. Let us see what the cards will say. How will Jamie's social anxiety be once Jamie is going back to school and working overnight? Let us see. How will Jamie be when he's going back to school and when they are working overnight? Jamie, they are going back to school, working overnight. How will their social anxiety be when they're going back to school, working overnight? I feel like I actually should not cut this deck. I feel like I should draw. The first card is dragons. Slay them all. And then we have next for the present, lioness, and for the future, potion. I like this card. It's very fun. All right, the theme. Is gray. All right. Let me see what the book says. I'm also realizing, did we have anyone from the last time who did not get a reading that was owed one? I should check my notes. I keep notes on these things. Let me see. Ah. I do have some If Eric or Ricardo or Nick is here, I owe them a tarot from last time. Or... That's it, actually. That's all I have. My non-members were licensed to cosplay, who I have not seen since many moons. Derek Dolce and Dragon Trainer, who was here earlier. I don't know if Dragon Trainer is still here. They're on my list. Alright, we'll start with the first card. Dragons, slay them all. This is representing your past, Jamie. What does it say? When the heart is involved, people don't always have the best intentions. They will pretend they're good for you, only for you to find out they're toxic or even abusive. The time has come to face your dragons, and you must slay them before they slay you, of course. Don't literally slay them, but make sure you know you won't stand for their mistreatment. Oh, are you good? You can hear me? So I think what this card is saying is that in the past, there have been people in your life that you have had to face that have mistreated you. Perhaps this contributes to your social anxiety. People that were not there for you when you needed them, perhaps. And you had to cut them loose. Does this speak to your experience? Let me know. Then we have a Lioness. You've earned all your stripes. Naturally, this is your present. Sometimes with growth comes a little scarring. You've come incredibly far, and you should be proud of the person you've become. Think of your scars not as a reminder of the pain you've had to endure in the past, but as proof that you can survive anything. This sounds like it relates to the dragons. With the Borat voice. This is from the Twitch side. They have dialect practice, which has been redeemed. Technically, this is more of an impersonation, but I let it slide this one time. Although we do have impersonation redemptions. They're very expensive because I don't like to do impersonations. But I'm doing an old Eastern European witch voice for this one, kind of crackly sounding. I've never tried to do a Borat voice, but you know, I probably could give it a go. Wait. But if you are on the Twitch side, you can redeem dialect practices. Maybe next time I'll add it to the wheel for you, Ray. So if you support, I sometimes spin a wheel. We could have dialect practice on there for people that would like to redeem. Or impressions. You like to make me do impressions, you crazy, crazy people. The closest I can think of is not making and keeping friends. Why did that happen? Was it because the friends mistreated you? Also, I feel like I have done enough of that voice, by the way. That was definitely over 5 minutes. So, Critter Nation, I know that you said for the whole reading, but technically I think I only have to do 5, so I'm going to let that go if that's all right with you. But I think I did a good job of that, to be honest with you. Oh, yet. That's, yeah, that's definitely what I sounded like. Have I thought of ever doing cosplays of goth characters? Like who, Joker? Solid witch. Thanks, Critter Nation. Great success. Ah, yes, great success. This is my wife. Will you be my wife? Marvel Man, thank you for the hydrate. Marvel Man's like, you just crackled all of your voice up. Take a sip. Giving you Whito vibes. Vito? How do I say that? I don't know if I'm reading it properly. 10 out of 10. Thank you. Thank you, Jesse. So, Jamie, you were saying that you feel like the closest thing you could think of is not making and keeping friends. Okay. So, you don't think that there's anyone that you've really had to necessarily fight, per se. Just more that there were people that just didn't stick around. Or that you just struggled to make friends in general. People haven't scored me before, as far as I know. Okay. Okay. Think of your scars not as a reminder of the pain you've had to endure in the past, but as proof that you can survive anything. Maybe this is just a representation. I wonder if the dragons could potentially be a representation of... Slay your dragons. I wonder if it could also be a representation of you having to try to overcome your anxiety in the past. Maybe that's your dragons. Have you tried in the past to kind of put yourself out there more? And if so, how did that go? You're close with your family? All right, all right. Psychotic. Uptown Duck impersonation. Oh my goodness. Alright, I'll do an Uptown Duck impersonation, but let me get through some of this reading a little bit more before I do another thing in someone's reading. But I will do that for you, no problem. Sally McKnight, Thorn from the Hex Girls. And also my cuz. I haven't done Thorn because last time we dressed up, Jen claimed Thorn. But we did do Hex Girls, all three of us together. Me, Jen, and Sonata. Last year. I have a literal scar from cancer on my back. Whoa. Well, you've literally earned that scar. Yeah. Okay. Also, congrats on making it through that. That sounds intense. Huh. Well, it could be in reference to that. I'm going to pull another card for the past. See what we get. Voyage. You already have all the answers. You've been feeling lost for a while now, wandering through your life aimlessly, searching everywhere for meaning and never coming up with anything of substance. That's the problem. You keep searching for answers outside yourself when all the answers can be found within. If you take the time to look, you need a spiritual mentor, and at this point in your life, that person needs to be you. So this could be a representation of the fact that you've had to like kind of deal with your anxiety in the past, and that, yeah, I was Dusk, that Hex Girl, Jessie. I rarely feel comfortable talking to new people. Okay, okay. So yeah, I wonder if the dragons are your social anxiety, and for the voyage, if it's just reminding you that when you're worried about what other people will think, a lot of the times where that can come from is from within ourselves and our concerns about, well, like how we even perceive ourselves. I know for myself, when I have social anxiety, it comes from a place of me feeling like I can't really talk to people because I just feel like, I don't know, like they're going to not like anything I have to say. I have nothing to say. Like, how will it work? And there have been times when I've almost not gone to events and stuff, and not gone to events just outright, because I just felt like I couldn't talk to people. So, okay, that may be the self-help stuff I've seen and advice from my mom. It could be representing that. It could also just be representing kind of like the inner struggles that you've had in the past. So perhaps through those struggles, but also maybe through physical struggles, it's just also letting you know that, like, not to be ashamed of kind of what you're carrying with you now. That comes from your life, your learning experiences, and it's not something to it's something to be proud of and to represent. You know who you are, and so you don't need to shy away from that if you feel a compulsion to. But perhaps you don't. This is your present. It's kind of where you are now. So with the lioness, it's basically saying you need to acknowledge that you have had some growth, and don't think of the scars as pain. Don't focus so much on the social anxiety, and try to see if you can see the progress you have made in life with it, even if it's maybe not massive, even if it's on a smaller scale. Take it with small steps at a time, and acknowledge where you've come from, and celebrate the struggles that you have had to overcome. Yeah, you feel that, Rapala? All right. I guess I'll do my duck impersonation. Let me drink some more water here and some more tea. Finish out the reading with some duck. Okay. All right, so I'm going to do this now as duck. Yeah. Okay, so now we have... The next card is 24, Potion. Potion. Remember to practice self-love. Okay. Okay. Ricardo, welcome in. So be positive. Yeah, Jamie. Yeah, be positive. That definitely, I think, will be helpful to you to be positive. So the next card is Potion. This is your future, by the way. Remember to practice self-love. You're familiar with the concepts of self-love and self-care, but either you've never actively practiced them, or there's something you've fallen behind on. Either way, you should get back on track. Keep yourself maintained in all ways, big or small. That can mean calling it quits to take a luxurious bath instead, or that can mean putting on a rosewater face mask and getting out your planners so you can sort out your life before it gets too out of control. So that is your future. So once again, it's kind of continuing that theme of self-love, which is good, I think. So we've got, in the past, maybe you've struggled with it. Now, you might just be kind of more focusing on the struggles, but you need to see that the struggles are also part of how you move forward. And then in the future, just really focus on that self-love element, because that's where the confidence comes from in social situations. You're a Leo. Okay, wow. And we got Lioness. That's pretty cool, actually. That's cool. Ricardo, welcome in. We've just done some tarot readings. I'm doing an impersonation of Uptown Duck right now to the best of my abilities. So, yeah, we're talking about Potion. Pretty cool. It sounds like self-love is in your future, for sure. I think you should hold on to that and focus on that. And our overall theme for this reading, by the way, is gray. Endings are inevitable. So let's check that out. That's page 37. If you guys want to hear more about Venom, just let me know. I love that comic, by the way. If you want me to talk more about my favorite writer, too, Brian Michael Bendis, let me know, chat. All right, so Jamie. So a lot of it is getting in my own way, kind of. Yeah, it sounds like that's what the cards are trying to tell you, and based on my own experiences with anxiety as well, I would say that is what you want to take away from it for sure, for sure. Yeah. Duck, why are you putting those emotes in chat? What's that in reference to? Is it too similar to you? It's too real, isn't it? You can be honest with me. Gray. Endings are inevitable. That's this card here, which is our overall theme, by the way, for the reading. As humans, we tend to see things in black and white, forgetting to account for all the gray in between. There's someone in your life who's begun to fade away, or maybe they're gone altogether now. Don't fight it. Real relationships are not the same as fairy tales we know and love. There are no neat and tidy bows to tie things up at the end, leaving you satisfied. Acceptance isn't easy, but it's a thing you need to work toward. We create our own closure. So I think this is maybe talking about, I don't know if you did lose anyone recently or a relationship ended, or if this is more in reference just to the fact of, you know, you're going to be moving into a new phase and leaving a bit of comfort, and that it might feel like a disconnect right now. Endings are inevitable. I can relate. Okay. Yeah, so that's your overarching theme for the reading. So it might be that you have gone through something that's making you feel more disconnected, and you hopefully will be moving towards a place where you can come out of your shell a little bit through loving yourself. Dichotic, thank you so much. Have a good sleeps. Also, it's been about 5 minutes, so I think I can let that go. I hope you guys enjoyed my duck impersonation. Sorry, Duck. I'm trying to do Duck's voice, but it's hard. His voice is lower than mine, for sure. Might even be lower than what I did. Yeah, so is there an ending that you kind of just went through or anything like that that feels like it might be speaking to this? I think what it's saying is, yeah, you're definitely maybe getting more in your own way, and to celebrate everything that you have been through and that you are now. And to just remember to, in the future, if you're feeling kind of maybe shaky in those situations, the social anxiety is a struggle, remember to practice self-love. I'm going to pull a self-care card for you as well. You almost chose Lucy. Oh my goodness. Lucy was chosen for dialect one time, I think. It was interesting. All right, let me pull for Jamie. Let's see. Some self-care that would help Jamie. Self-care. Self-care. Oh, maybe this is it, actually. Almost grabbed this card. This could be connected to your family relationship as well. It says connect with your ancestors as your self-care card. Connect with your ancestors. So that is number 14 in my book. Mantra. As I heal my wounds, I heal my lineage and bring peace that reverberates infinitely throughout space and time and space. Though understanding our history, we gain a deep sense of appreciation for all the time and people it took to bring us into this world. Connecting with our ancestors is one way to better understand ourselves, our patterns, and the patterns present within our lineage. It allows us to make peace with all that has happened before. It also provides motivation to evolve and find new and better ways to live. Building this bridge is something that you can do by researching and connecting the dots between family stories, DNA analysis, and traditional archives. You can also learn about your family line in more intuitive ways, like meditating, dream work, and working with a past life progression specialist, or someone who specializes in reading the Akashic Records, a metaphysical archive of everything that has ever happened within the universe, including all your past lifetimes and those that will come in the future. Call on your ancestors to tap into centuries of wisdom, protection, and guidance, and look back and connect with your forebears. Your path forward will become more evident. Journal prompt. What patterns or trends exist in your family line, especially among women? Do these patterns appear in your life? It's very focused on like feminine self-care. So like, especially women, but you could also do men, whatever you feel tied to. Although it's definitely good to look at women in your family history, I think. All for that. But yeah, so maybe also because family is where you find a lot of solace and you're close with your family. Maybe looking more into even your lineage, your ancestry could be a good thing for you to do if you feel like you're also struggling when you're back in school and it's like a bit overwhelming socially. Lean on that self-love. Maybe see if there's something that you can do to practice self-love daily. I really like doing like mindful meditations, like loving kindness. You can look up loving kindness meditations that are guided meditations. I use an app on my phone called Insight Timer. You can't see it on my phone, but Insight Timer, this app. My phone got real bright. Oh, the map is back on the home screen. Whoa. Wow, they're doing a whole bunch of stuff now. They're curating. They just redid their app actually, so Insight Timer is pretty cool. It is free. I'm not affiliated with it or anything. I just like the app. Just FYI. But yeah, so this is Insight Timer, so you can use it. They have a map to show you who's meditating, and they have loving kindness meditations on there that are guided. They have a big library of free meditations that you can get. They do have like a premium subscription and stuff, but there's lots of free features on it. So I would say that might be helpful because it helps you to kind of reprogram your brain a little bit if you do meditations to just remind yourself that you're great. And I think boosting that might help with the social anxiety. Whoa, that's pretty cool, Jamie. Okay, you're transitioning to be a woman and you talked with your mom about femininity. Well, there you go. Maybe connecting with your like the female lineage in your family will also help you with that as well. That's so cool. So maybe that would be good. Do ask about the ladies in your family then. Yes, let's go. Connect with the feminine lineage. And that might also help to bring you guidance there as well as you transition. Meditating I find is really helpful, even if you can only do like a few minutes a day. If you can do it daily, just like 5 or 10 minutes, it's really good for just helping to adjust the brain. Because sometimes our brains are the things that get in our way the most. Anyways, I hope that this reading helped you. Is there anything else that you need clarity on, or do you feel like this is good, this is clear for you? Is there anything else you have questions about? Who's still chilling in the background there? Look at him. I'll leave it up as well if you want a screenshot. Brains are mean sometimes. This is so true. Thanks, Jack. These are actually Oracle cards, these ones. But thank you. Yeah, these are Oracle cards, and this is also an Oracle card. But from a different deck. I got 2 decks out right now. Also, how are you doing, Jack? Welcome in. We did. We made it to 4 hours, actually. Almost. I feel like it's weirdly insightful and specific. Yeah. Sometimes we have some readings that are pretty, like, on the nose. It can be pretty cool. Just jam into the good kid tunes. You are so welcome, Jamie. I'm glad it's clear for you. I love it. Hey, Jack. Sorry that you had a bad day at work, but welcome in. Hopefully stream can brighten your spirits a little bit. I was having a bit of a rough day, too. Yeah, 4 hours. We're 6 minutes away. I'm going to clear these then. I think Jamie's good. I have not heard about that. That's not the other thing that just happened, right? Like, is this new? Like, today? Also, next up for the tarot readings, by the way, is, Ricky. Ricky, you're next. Then Jeff is on deck. And then Marvel Man. And then Jesse. Also, hello, Ricardo. I hope you're doing well. By the way. Just now. What? Wow, yeah, 1 hour ago. That is some new news, baby. Yeah, I don't really follow a lot of the news. Duck is more my news person. And I have some other friends in my life that are more in touch with just things that are going on politically. I really only look into it when I'm voting. Or, I mean, local stuff. Like world politics. It's really just a lot of a headache. So I try to not look into it too much. It's not good for my mental health. I totally understand your frustration, Jack. I do ask that we keep the chats just like kind of non-political if you don't mind. I know it's very frustrating for a lot of people right now. I hear you. That's rough, man. But just because it can kind of be, what's the term? Isolating for some people, and also just like I try to keep it a bit of a positive space, and politics is unfortunately pretty much always a downer these days. Yeah. But I feel you, man. That sucks. Yes. Ricky, do you have a question for us? Let me know what your question is. Let me know if you have a preference for deck as well. And then we will do a reading for you. Jeff, you're up next. So if you're still with us in the YouTube chat, please let me know. And feel free to start thinking about that question. And then next up is Marvel Man, if Marvel Man is still here. X-Ray Fart, hello. Or just Ray Fart, maybe, because there's 2 X's at both ends. Thank you so much for following. Welcome on in over on the Twitch side. Also, Gorgon Dorcas, thanks for subscribing over on YouTube. Yeah, I'm more in touch with nerdy news myself. Marvel Man, you're ready. You're ready. You're still here. Nice. All right, just waiting for Ricky's question, and then we'll get started on that one. Watching the classic Village of the Damned. I don't think I've ever seen Village of the Damned. Is it a horror movie? No, I definitely have not seen Village of the Damned. Oh, wait, is this... I thought there was a different movie that was like... Oh, yeah, Children of the Corn. Is that related or no? It looks like Children of the Corn. Creepy alien children. Yikes. I would like the original deck, and what are some of the future endeavors, health, property... Anything is good. All right, so you just kind of want to know, like, what does the future hold? Health, property, kind of open. Teenagers of the Sweet Potato. That sounds like it would be kind of like, I don't know. I don't know if that would be like a coming of age story or if it would be kind of like an endearing, I mean, actually, I guess it could be an endearing coming of age story. There we go. Never mind. The classic one. I knew it, says Jesse. Yeah, we're doing some classic here for Ricky. Just wants to know about the futures. What's in store for the future? We'll find out. Thanks, Ricky. Yeah, we can do that for you. Alright, so we got the original deck here. Just found out that Pluto TV has hundreds of horror movies. I don't know what Pluto TV is. What is that? Is that like a streaming service? Do I like Korn, the band? No. Not a big Korn person. I've listened to a few... I'm trying to think. There might have been... Was there Korn on Queen of the Damned, though? There might have been some Korn on Queen of the Damned that I probably liked. Oh, the singer from Korn sang the songs for Queen of the Damned, right? He was like, did he do basically the music? Like, he was basically Lestat's singing voice, I think, maybe. I think. I could be wrong. No, it doesn't make you less of a nerd to be into politics. I just feel like politics are very dividing. That's all. Doesn't make you less of a nerd at all. I know lots of nerds that are into politics. And I think it's good to be informed. But not saying it makes you less of a nerd. No, no. We're just saying that I think Joker was just saying, and I was just saying that the news that we're into really is like only nerdy news, pretty much. Which is true. Nerd culture and things are very political. What do you mean, and things? What do you mean nerd culture is political? I don't think nerd culture is political. In what way? Thank you, Hankel. Okay, let me start shuffling for Ricky, and then we'll come back to this chatting in a little bit. Let me just do some shuffling here as I manifest the answer to Ricky's question. Okay, we're asking about Ricky's future endeavors, health, property, anything. Okay, so what does the future hold for Ricky? Health, property. All right, Ricky. First card. Past. 7 of Pentacles. My camera does not want to focus. Wants to focus on my ears, but 7 of Pentacles. Present. Ooh, the world? The world. Future. Reversed 8 of Swords. Ooh, that's good too. This seems like it's going to be a pretty good reading. Our theme for this one from the bottom of the deck is reversed Page of Cups. Yeah, I guess just to clarify before I get into this reading here for Ricky, the difference would be for me, I hear what you're saying. It's definitely okay to be nerdy and political. There are politics involved in all types of stories. There are elements of politics. But I don't like to talk specifically about politics in chat, is all I was saying, just to differentiate between the two. Because it's real world stuff that's happening, and people can get very, very heated very quickly. I've seen it happen. And so that is why I don't like that type of stuff in my chat. But, you know, I get it. There are things that are happening in the world that are frustrating. I'm frustrated too. I just want to make this a safe space where we can kind of escape some of that stuff, because we all have to kind of face it in some ways every day. I mean, I used to listen to the news every morning for 3 years during the pandemic. And then coming out of the pandemic, I would wake up in the morning and listen to the news first thing. My ex loved listening to the news. And mentally, emotionally, it destroyed me. And so I can't do it anymore. And I have to be careful, because if I ingest too much of it, I personally also get really worked up. So I just like to avoid stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, there are political elements to all stories forever, anywhere. Yes and also no, because people are like, they added politics to everything. I'm like, it was always there. It was just people weren't as sensitive to it, because people weren't as sensitive to politics back then. People weren't as ready to fight someone just because they believe, because they have a different political party than someone else. And unfortunately, that's where we are today. We used to be able to have political conversations and disagree and it be okay, and then we could like still hang out. And that's unfortunately not the reality I feel as much anymore. So I just don't like to create divides. Just to clarify for you guys. All right, let's get into this. 7 of Pentacles is our past. Yeah, it was not good for my mental health. I'll tell you, Ricardo. I feel you. Okay, let's go into 7 of Pentacles. Which I believe is a pretty positive card. I think as well, Ricky, especially financially. Dark Knight of the Scarecrow. Great spooky movie. I haven't seen that one either. Dark Knight of the Scarecrow. Y'all watching all these movies I haven't seen yet. We need to do... Should I be saving these for the stream with my papa? Perhaps. 7 of Pentacles. Harvest rewards results, growth, progress, perseverance, patience, and planning. So this is your past, Ricky. 7 of Pentacles. 7 of Pentacles relates to investment and effort. It follows the 6 of Pentacles, which refers to the end of financial or material hardship. Ooh. So in the past, it sounds like you started to enter into a place where your efforts were paying off and will continue to pay off in the future. So you're coming from a place of like good investments, it sounds like. It could also signify frustration where there is a delay. You may have been putting a lot of effort into your projects, but it does not seem to bear any fruit right now. The good thing is that it means you are learning from your failures and mistakes. It may initially not seem like it, but mistakes allow you to look into how to better invest your time to get the most out of your future ventures. So it seems like you've learned a lot in the past in terms of financially what to be doing. You have good investments and perhaps also good investments. It might not just be financially. It could be in your relationships. It could be in your career. You've built some good building blocks in the past. In the present, we have the World here. The World, I believe, is a really good card. I'm just going to say. The World is like everything is coming together. Everything is complete. Fulfillment, achievement, completion, sense of belonging, wholeness, harmony. Everything's in balance. So with the World, this means great unity and wholeness. So you're feeling really good right now. Something has come to its fruition. You are maybe in a place of enlightenment or nirvana. And your individual self is feeling in perfect harmony with everything right now. Sounds lovely. So all of the efforts you've been putting in are paying off now. That's probably the investments either into people or your career or literal monetary investments you've made in the past. Everything is starting to come up, Ricky, which I love to see. Or you may have just finished something that's big in your life. Perhaps you were married recently. You had a child. Maybe you completed a big project at work. So this can represent a lot of things, but basically something amazing has just been completed for you, and you're feeling like everything is right in the world, which sounds nice. Chucky with my dad? Oh, we should do Chucky with my dad. Classic. That would be a classic one. Don't tell my mom. Did I ever tell you guys that story? I think I did tell you that story, right? Eight of Swords reversed. Eight of Swords is not a good card, so to see it reversed is good. Is this our final boss fight? Yeah, this is the final battle. Eight of Swords, final battle. Here we go. It's reversed, so it means in your future you'll have freedom, you'll have release. You'll be taking control. You'll be a survivor, facing your fears, empowered, surrender. Right. It shows maturity and self-acceptance is in your future, and a recognition of one's own power and responsibility, especially if you've been doubting yourself. But I don't think you have, because it sounds like everything's going very well for you right now, Ricky. It means that one is capable of making conscious decisions because they are confident in who they are and their power to affect change in both themselves and the world. Makes sense. And it's saying that in your future you should make room for some new experiences because everything that you've been setting up is going to lead you to even higher heights, I think. Time to free yourself from the past and move on to like bigger and better things. So there could be a new job coming your way. There could be perhaps a new relationship or a new insight on romance. It could mean that, like, if you have been experiencing any financial troubles, that's going to clear up in the future. So just, you're basically preparing yourself for what is coming next. So you've been on this journey where everything you've put in has yielded some good results. You've got investments, whether they're financial or otherwise, that are in the long term. You've completed something and you're feeling like everything is right with the world and you're balanced. And in the future, there's going to be even more coming your way. You just need to make sure you let go of the stuff that you no longer need, really. I'm single, no kids. Thank you for the wonderful reading. Okay. Single, no kids. But it sounds like this is a good path. Is this speaking to you? Are you feeling like you're in a good place right now? It sounds like everything that you've done has set you up to basically just be completely free in the future and really soar and experience new and exciting things. And then we have Page of Cups reversed for our overall theme. So we'll see if that kind of adds a little bit more insight maybe to what the cards are about, since it is kind of a very general reading. So this is reverse, and it can mean emotional vulnerability, immaturity, neglecting your inner child, escapism, and insecurity. So I wonder if what this is saying is you've been in a place where maybe you haven't felt at your best, but now everything that you've invested is relating to you actually feeling really good about yourself. And then maybe this is all relating to an inner struggle. Does that make sense? It's encouraging you to reclaim your imaginative spirit. And maybe that's what the future is all about too, is like setting yourself up for some new and exciting creative projects. So inspiration might be coming your way, and this might all be related to a journey where you were struggling somewhat with inspiration in your life. Jordan, thank you so much for the super chat, or the sticker. Thank you so much, Jordan. Welcome in. If you would like a tarot reading, let me know. I can add you to my list. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Well, I love that for you. This is great. Ricky, I'm so excited for you. This sounds like such a good journey that you're on. I would say, should we pull anything else? But I feel like this is crystal clear, and I feel like it's a very positive reading. Even though the Page of Cups is reversed, which can have some negative connotations, I think in this case, that's not really what it's meaning. I think it's just here to signify the type of journey you were on. And so it's more of like, you know, there was stuff that maybe you were struggling with internally, and now it's everything's starting to line up. That's great. Very awesome. Well, if you would like any other insight, let me know. If you need me to pull anything else for you, or if you want to screenshot it, I'll leave it up here for you for a few minutes, and then we can move along. Let's Scare Jessica to Death. I haven't watched that one either. Why can't we tell Amanda's mom? Why? Oh, because when I was very small, I watched Chucky with my dad. And my mom was like, what are you doing watching Chucky? Okay, guys, so I'm a 900-year-old vampire. But in this other life that I also live sometimes, I was like 3 watching like Chucky with my dad. And my mom came home and was like, what the heck? And then my mom went to turn it off. And I was like, Mom, no, we're watching Chucky. I don't know. Maybe I wasn't 3. Maybe I was like 6. I might have been a bit older. But I loved it. And my mom was like, you're going to terrify her. Was not terrified. I mean, I was terrified. But I was having a lot of fun watching Chucky. That was 900 years ago, yeah. I haven't seen Final Girls. I've seen the board game. It's up to you. All right. Yeah, I feel like this feels pretty good to me. I don't think I need any other clarification. Makes a lot of sense. This is a very clean reading, honestly. I would pull if I needed, but this just sounds great. I'm so excited for you. Sounds like things are looking good for you, Ricky, which we like. All right, I'm going to clear it. And then we will move along. Next up. Oh. Is Jeff, if Jeff is still here. Jeff, are you still in the YouTube chat with us? It's been a minute. Been streaming for 4 hours and 20 minutes. Trilogy of Terror, an old movie. Last Story, very, very scary. Trilogy of Terror, is it like an anthology movie, Ricky? I love those. Three stories, I'm assuming? We'll see if Jeff is still here. If not, Marvel Man. Are you still here? Do you have a question? And then we have Jesse next up after that. And then I've done everyone that was on my list. Unless anyone else wants to join that is a subscriber on Twitch or that is a member over on YouTube. Everyone loves The Last Story. Man, all right. Last Story is a banger. Marvel Man says, should I pursue self-employment? All right. How can we phrase that so it's not just like a yes or no? Maybe like, what would the transition to self-employment look like? Lord Monk, you want me to add you? I can add you in, no problem. You are added on the list. I'm going to give Jeff a few more seconds just to see, because I know there's a bit of a YouTube delay, but I think Jeff may have gone to bed. Also, Jordan, I love this little sticker, by the way, that you sent. It's so cute. It's like a little lemon giving a little lime a gift. Little baby lime. Yes, 3 stories. Last Story is scary. Good movie too. I gotta watch that one. All right, I think we're good to do Marvel Man's question in this case. So I think Jeff might not be here right now, so I'm going to rotate Jeff down. If Jeff appears in the chat, I will remember that Jeff was next. And then... after Marvel Man, Jesse, you'll be next. And then Lord Monk. All right, Marvel Man, do you have a preference for deck that you would like to see me do the tarot stream with? I can recap them if you'd like. No preference? Okay. No worries, Cherry. Get some good rest. Check out the game Date Everything. Yes, I have heard about Date Everything. It's on my list of games to play. It's on my list. Dichotic was also talking about how cool it is. Date Everything was like, you got to check this one out. But yes, it's on there. Maybe we'll play some Date Everything at some point. Good night, Cherry. Have good sleeps. / feel free to lurk and chime in if you like. You don't have to go to bed now, but you should definitely rest. Yeah, it looks pretty fun. That was the one I was saying too, that I know someone that voices a character in there, like an acquaintance. I only met them one time, but they were super nice. Robbie is in the cast I saw, and I was like, oh, Robbie, he's so nice. Okay. Any deck. What do I want to do? Should we do Red Sonja? We haven't done any Red Sonja today. Should we do a new deck? Or do you want me to, like, see which deck is calling to me? Sure, new deck. Okay, we could do Red Sonja. Let's do Red Sonja. Sorry, I'm so yawny. Oh my gosh, you said answer the call, and I was like, is someone calling me? But no, no one is calling me. Sorry, I'm just clearing all my notifications before I do this. You can't imagine why I'd be yawning? Maybe because I didn't sleep very much. Could be possible. All right, here we go. All right. Ow. Did I give myself a paper cut? No, I didn't. I thought I did for... Oh, wait. Maybe I did give myself a paper cut. I might have given myself a paper cut. No! Okay, we'll see. We'll see how it all comes out in the wash. Alright, so... Marvel Man is asking about switching to self-employment. Yikes, on a card? Yeah, I think so. Oh, I did. Oh, it's bad, guys. Oh my god, it's bad. It's like... Can I show you? Do you guys want to see my paper cut? It's on my pinky. The camera doesn't want to adjust. Here. Do you guys see that, like, line? That's my paper cut, I think. It's, like, long. Stay away from lemon juice. Yeah, no kidding. Okay, let me just put a Band-Aid on this, because... Yeah, ow. How'd I do that? Too much tarrowing. I mean, I know you love lemon, but don't put lemon on that cut. If you have crazy glue, glue it shut. I do, but I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to put a Band-Aid on it. It's not like deep. It doesn't need to be glued shut. It's just shallow but long. Well, I don't have crazy glue per se. I have various different types of glue. One is for cloth. One is for like not ceramic. Epoxy. I have an epoxy glue. So yeah, I don't know if I should put that on my wound. I have hot glue gun, which I definitely shouldn't do. Ouch. Ow. How did I even do it? I'm putting my blood, sweat, and tears into this tarot. I'm going hardcore. Get a Band-Aid. Yeah, getting a Band-Aid. I'll be right back. Paper cuts hurt. They do. They do, Jesse. They are not fun. It's so big. Okay, got a Band-Aid. Gonna bandage up my little finger here. Wow. Guys, watch out. Tarot's dangerous. The tarot, they always said, you know, the tarot will get you. They said, it's dark arts that you're doing. They were right. Got me. My little pinky finger. Ow. Okay. Now we're good to shuffle, though. Now that I'm bandaged. Thank you, Marvel Man. I feel better. I feel ready to shuffle again. Cans on. All right. What would it look like if Marvel Man transitioned to being self-employed? What would it look like? Man transition to being self. All right, first card. 3 of Cups. For your past, Marvel Man. For your present. Ooh, reversed. Reversed 2 of Swords. And for your future, Blood on the Tarot could be a cool movie. That's true. That would be a cool title for a movie, Jamie. King of Wands. Reversed. And our overarching theme. The Fool. Reversed. I feel like the other thing too though is that this is another deck that like the backs tell you which way is right way up. So these reverse cards might not actually be reversed. Well, I kind of have to see if that fits or if it feels like it doesn't fit, I'll flip them. Also, Jesse, just an FYI that you are next, and then Lord Monk, we're going to you. All right. 3 of Cups. Right way up. So your past, this card represents friendship, community gatherings, celebrations, group events, social events. Guess it is a cup, so it makes sense that it's like people, emotion. So in your past, there was a period of happiness. You were able to forget the worries of your daily life and spend quality time with friends and family. It can also represent a specific event in your life. It represents your tight-knit group of people that you run to for support when you need them. So in the past, you had a really good social life, sounds like. So I don't know if that was maybe related to your work or if that was just in terms of like with friends and family that were really supportive of you. Can be helpful as well for moving to a place of self-employment. Speaking as someone who's self-employed. Upright career, planning a celebration at work, happy and joyous office environment. So it could be that like you were very content with your career in the past. Could have been there was a lot of worker-related events. Could be a celebration of a position or a promotion. So maybe in the past you were promoted. I think personally it maybe just represents a strong social connection though in your past. But maybe there was also something in your job to celebrate, Marvel Man. And then we have the 2 of Swords reversed, but we'll see if the reversed makes sense. Indecision, hesitancy, anxiety, too much information, no right choice, truth revealed. Is it reversed? And upright, it's stalemate, difficult choices, stuck in the middle, denial, hidden information. Kind of sounds like either one of those actually might fit, considering that you're considering a pretty big choice. So upright, it can be choosing between career paths, conflicts at work, or taking sides. And reversed, it can be choices with no winner, stressful decisions. For work, it can mean you're stuck in the middle of a work conflict. I feel like it might be that you're stuck in the middle of what to do with your career. Or you could be making choice between. There's a lot of anxiety behind these decisions as they seem irreversible. Probably have been doing a lot of research, but instead of helping, you're dealing now with information overload and things can be more unclear than ever. So there's kind of two different meanings. If we want to take the reverse, it means that you might be stuck between these two ideas and you're feeling a lot of anxiety towards it. And in the other case, if we're doing the upright interpretation, it could suggest that you don't have all the information you need to make your choice yet. I feel like this is maybe supposed to be upright. I feel like maybe all of these are upright. But, yeah. Definitely some hesitancy back and forth between my decisions, right? So you don't feel like you have information overload, do you? I think this is supposed to be more like this. I think because you're seeking right now more information on it, my inkling is that you are more debating between the two. I think these will also probably be flipped, but I'll leave them like this for now. Chris, thank you so much for becoming a member over on the YouTube side. I appreciate you. Welcome to One of the Vampires. Thank you. We're almost at our members goal for the stream today. We're at 4 out of 5 and 1 out of 10 Twitch subs. Welcome in, Chris. Did you want a tarot card reading today? If you would like, I can add you to my list. I have a few. I have 3 other people that are also on the list, but I can add you on there if you'd like. Just let me know. If not, thank you so much just for becoming a member. I appreciate you. Welcome in. And then we have King of Wands, which also seems to be reversed. But is it really? Because like I said, I don't think this deck is really supposed to have reverse cards. Although for Vampirella, I think our reversals did work, so. Yeah, just undecided, yeah. Okay, so if this were right up, it would be leadership, vision, big picture, taking control, daring decisions, boldness, optimism. If it's reversed, it's forceful, domineering, tyrant, vicious, powerless, ineffective, weak leader. Yeah, I think it's probably flipped. Well, I don't know. Achievement in career, respected position, mentorship, or lack of leadership at work, depending on others, passiveness at work. You see. So it seems like reversed, it means that like you are not proactive enough. If we interpret it to be reversed. And if it's the right way up, it could signal success and respect. These ideas are linked at the present moment. You do not have to pick which applies to you. If you see the king, it is likely you are in a high position. You might be a mentor to others. Oh, if like you're the king in the card. Alternatively, those around you might see you as a laudable person with morals and values. The king also suggests a boom in business. Your career is doing particularly well right now. This is not just a temporary condition. There's a longevity to your success. Your victories are likely the result of your ability to take chances when daring is needed. Yeah, I think these are all flipped. I think everything should be like that. I don't think they were intended to be reversed. So I think the King of Wands means that if you do go down this path, that you will see success because you're taking risks. And that seems to relate to kind of what you're asking about. So in the past, I think you've had maybe a good social circle. And right now, you're kind of stuck between two decisions with the Two of Swords. And if you do go down the self-employed route, I think this is reassuring you that in your future, things will work out because you're taking a risk. I will say as a self-employed person, though, while it is rewarding, doesn't necessarily mean it'll be like super financially successful. I do wonder with this, it says a boom in business, but I would be a little bit, I would advise just as a person, not as someone that's just doing this reading for you. Sky, thank you so much for subscribing over on YouTube, that you just make sure financially that you're good. But the fact that you maybe have a good social circle from your past here, this could be a factor of saying like there might be people that can help you or support you as you go on this journey so that you're not like alone. So I don't know if that's what this is saying, but that is definitely something that can be helpful to just know that you have a solid support system. All right. And then the overarching is the Fool. Which I will interpret as being face up. Because these two, I think. Beginnings, freedom, innocence, originality, adventure, idealism, spontaneity. Which sounds like it would fit pretty well with the self-employed as opposed to the other side, which is reckless, careless, distracted, naive, foolish, gullible, stale, dull. Which I guess may be reckless. You could see it that way. But yeah, I'm getting more the sense that it's about a new beginning. So if you go down this path of a new beginning, this is kind of where we're going. And the Fool is indicating this idea of a new job, a new business, a breath of fresh air, work, something new direction for your career. So the Fool can represent breathing fresh energy into old projects, or it can also be the start of something new. And I think that makes sense with what you asked. Yeah, it sounds pretty good for Marvel. I mean, I feel like this is pretty clear. I feel like what this is kind of saying. Your Hankel. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you, Chris. Thank you so much for the support. And thanks for becoming a member on the YouTube side. Hankel, thank you. It's very kind of you. Thank you for appreciating the hard work and the content. I do work a lot, but I love it. I have so much fun. Guys, you know why I stayed up late last night? I did yoga late because I couldn't sleep. And then I played Mario Kart in bed. Which I should have just gone to bed. But I just wanted to do something for myself. And it felt great. Marvel does deserve goodness. I agree. Hitting the nail on the head. I mean, I don't think we need anything else here, but let me know your thoughts if you want any other insight. I can pull a little more, but I feel like this is pretty clear, man. I think this is basically saying if you go for it, it's going to be a good experience overall. As someone who is self-employed, I would just make sure that you are financially prepared for whatever might come your way. I don't know what your self-employment will entail, but it can be, as a content creator, it's very like, you know, it's like a ride, monetarily. So, just make sure you're good with that and make sure that you have good people around you. But, yeah, sounds like this is encouraging you to maybe consider it more. And, you know, do more research for sure. It's a 2x4 reading, yeah. You could hit someone with it. It's like a piece of wood. You are welcome, Marvel. You do deserve good things. And I hope that this reading helped. Let me know if you want any other insight or any other cards pulled. But I feel pretty good about this. This is a really clear reading, I think, after we adjusted some of those cards, which I don't think they were meant to come out reversed. I love also hearing when self-employment story sounds like it's gonna go well. Granted, these are just cards on a table. You'll have to make it happen for yourself, as always with anything that I do with tarot. The cards are just pieces of paper. But we make things happen. But they can provide some insight. And if that feels good to you, then that you might have your answer for where you should go. I will do whatever you suggest. Oh, don't do that. Oh my goodness. Do whatever feels right to you. But sounds good. Sounds good from the card perspective. Oh no, I hope you feel better, Cherry. Rest up, please. Good night. Good night, Cherry. Oh, you were saying you'll do whatever I suggest for pulling cards. I think we're good, actually. I don't think you really need any more cards. I mean, maybe some insight on the past or the future if you wanted something else. If you want to know more about like sort of what the social element of this card is more like about, or if you wanted to know a little bit more about like maybe it says it's going to be successful, but like if there are any other elements to think about in the future, I could pull one of those for you. Yeah, future. Okay. I don't know if this is the card, actually. This card. Ace of Wands. Another wand card. New beginnings. New beginnings. That's what Ace of Wands is about. It's all about starting out, a burst of creative energy. We already pulled this one today earlier. So that is sounding really promising as well. Inspired at work, creative projects, passion for work. You are likely in a time of high growth for your career. It's a moment in which your preparations is meeting opportunities. You might also find that your work is particularly inspired right now. You can push past old boundaries and see potential in all experiences. A good moment to confront issues that hindered your progress in the past because you're in a better position to confront them. You have to make it happen for yourself, as always with the Ace of Wands, which also I think is tied as well to this idea of self-employment, because you are really the driving force behind it when you are self-employed. There is no one else there to hold you accountable other than yourself. Or if you're like me, maybe you have someone like Duck that also helps to hold you accountable, or some other folks in your life, but you ultimately drive forward everything that you do. So that sounds pretty good, man. Ace of Wands. We like that. That makes sense. You want me to pull another one for the Three of Cups, or do you feel good with that? That sounds really promising. So, success in future stuff with the King of Wands. A boom in business, potentially. You're a strong leader, is what it sounds like, is coming to your future. Or there will be someone else, maybe, that will help guide you. An Ace of Wands, a new beginning. Revitalized creative energy. good time for new projects, but also keep in mind that you have to make it happen. Oh, and that means actually our sub goal, we made it to our members goal today. Yay, 5 members. I'll create a little stretch goal of 10. Why not? Why not? And 1 out of 10 Twitch subs today so far. Feels good, man. Feels good. I'm good for now. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thanks for being a subscriber. I'm going to clear this, but I'll give you a second if you want to screenshot it to keep it for any purposes to guide you. Feel free. Hey, William. How's it going? Welcome in. I mean, yeah, tarot it's pretty crazy to understand, I feel like. But we do our best. This was a stream that we unlocked through meeting one of our Twitch goals. Right now, our Twitch goal and our YouTube goal is for our demo day stream, where I will play a bunch of game demos. But this is one we unlocked previously in a previous month. So I'm just getting to that now. And we are doing tarot readings for anyone that is a member on the channel on YouTube, or for anyone that's watching on Twitch, for anyone that is subscribed on the Twitch side. So if you would like a reading, that is possible. Also, I do have a little list of people that aren't members that if I have time, I'll try to get to some of those. So you could always join that list too. About mine. Never had one before. You've never had a tarot reading before, Jesse? It is almost about that time. It is true. Your sub as a gift sub still counts, Otto. You don't have to be the person that subbed. If you were gifted a sub, you're in here. Someone gifted you the opportunity to get a reading. So that is totally fine. Jesse, you are next. So Jesse, do you have a question for me? And then Lord Monk, if you're still here over on the Twitch side, you are on deck. They're very insightful and helpful. It just helps to kind of remind you of where you're at. Because, like, here's the thing. If I say something to you guys and you're like, that's not correct, then you know that this is not what you're feeling for yourself. So even when they're wrong, it's like it just tells you something about, like, how you're feeling about everything going on. Lord Monk, you're still here? Hey. All right, Otto. I'll add you to the list. So we have, after Jesse, we have Lord Monk. We got Jeff. And then we got Otto. Got about an hour left. So we'll see if I can get all 3 of those done. I don't know if Jeff is still in the YouTube chat, but I'm going to shout out Jeff's name again. Jeff, we called for you earlier, but I think you may have left. So call it out again. Sure, sounds like fun. Does subscribing here help or just Twitch subscribing? So on the YouTube side, if you become a member of the channel, then I'm prioritizing basically my YouTube members. And then after that, but you can subscribe. That would be great. It helps me. But it doesn't necessarily, like, you don't have to be subscribed to the channel for me to add you to the list, for the extended list. But if you'd like to be on the main list, which, like I said, there's 3 people on right now, then you would be there. If you are being added to my extended list, although I don't think a lot of these people are still here, after Otto, if I have time, we got Dragon Trainer, Jim Harrison, Keone, I am Mighty Mike, Lizzoni, and William Davis. That's you, William. Someone gifted me a sub. It is fate. Yes, you were gifted a sub, Jesse, and now it is your turn. What's the question? You have to tell me what the question is. What do you want to ask the tarot? The restrictions are, I ask people to ask an open-ended question. Tarot is not really great with like a yes or no, like should I do this, should I not do this? But if you're stuck between 2 decisions, you can't ask something more like this or that. That's fine. It just has to be something that's a little bit more open-ended than yay or nay. But you could ask about anything. Relationships, career, social situations, financial situations. You could just ask in general about life. Sometimes I ask about, how can I get to a place where I'm feeling more happy or feeling more connected? Well, look for love. Okay, so you want to know about love prospects. Like, what does the future hold for you in terms of love? What's the love? You want a love reading. Okay. Do you have a preference for deck, Jesse? I can recap what I got. Oh, you were so welcome, Marvel Man. I'm so glad that it spoke to you. So we have my standard original deck, which is my Caselli deck, Giovanni Caselli. We've got the Oracle deck, which is Believe in Your Own Magic. Not technically a tarot deck, but Oracle decks are serve a similar, or they work similarly. We've got our Vampirella deck. Vampy on it. Red Sonja deck. And then I have a self-care Oracle deck, which is all cards that are here to help you when you need some self-care, something to make you feel good inside. And I actually did a whole reading for Overlord one time with the self-care deck, and it was pretty great, actually. Vampirella? Okay. Looking for love with the Vampirella deck. Oh, wait. I put Vampy back. That's what it's saying. Oh no. Oh, we finished all of the Good Kid songs. So now let's go back to some game chops, I think. Yeah, game chops. Oof, oof. Ow. That just hurt randomly, maybe from typing. Ooh, I forgot. Typing might hurt with my paper cuts. Meh. I don't like that. All right, let's see. Vampirella. Jesse wants to know about love. What is love looking like in Jesse's life? We are asking the tarot about Jesse's love life. What does the future hold for Jesse in terms of love? What? Don't do that? Don't do what? Oh, don't hurt my finger? Too late, unfortunately. Already happened. There we go. All right. Oh, keep snapping over to my YouTube side. Wait, why am I even doing that? I just need to be here. There we go. Okay. So first up, we have reversed, but you know, I don't really know if things are intended to be reversed with this deck. Like I said, Queen of Swords reversed is the past. For the present, we have King of Swords reversed. And for the future, Death. Death isn't necessarily a bad card. Just FYI. So don't let it freak you out. And our theme, also reversed, is Ace of Wands. Like I said, I don't know if these are intended to be reversed because the deck is not, it's not like this deck. This deck, you can't tell which way is up or down. So this one is more intended to be reversed. So I might unreverse these, but we'll take a look. Ugh, that sounds rough. Cherry, is there anything you can do to make yourself more comfortable? Alright, so Queen of Swords for upright, if we flip it, can represent honest, independent, principled, fair, constructive criticism, objective, perceptive. If it's reversed, it can represent pessimism, maliciousness, manipulation, harsh, bitter, spiteful, cruel, deceitful, and unforgiving. In love, if it's upright, it can mean you're picky about lovers, an independent partner, and that you have boundaries. And reversed, it can represent trauma, toxic relationship, manipulation, or cruelty. So this is your past. So, I mean, has there been anything toxic in your past? Or would you say that you're just a bit more of like an independent partner? Are you a little bit more particular about who you're with? Jesse, which one speaks a little bit more to you based on your past? And we can use that to kind of set whether or not these should be reversed. I don't think they should be. I think maybe upright is what we want. But I'll see what you feel resonates with you first before I decide. So in the past, if this is upright, it can represent someone that perhaps was in your life, or it could represent you. If it was someone that was in your life that you were thinking of being with, or perhaps that you were with a previous partner, or maybe your current partner, but just in the past, and this is what they were like previously, or you, someone who is a bit of a loner and who's a little bit more wary of who they trust themselves with. However, although they're not like outwardly like necessarily into big romantic displays or things like that, they're loving, they're loyal, and if you can win their heart, they're a good partner in the sense that they will like be with you, like they will really just be loyal to you, which sounds nice. Can also suggest a time when you're looking for both independence and self-sufficiency in a relationship. So that's the upright interpretation. This also might be a suggestion that you need to make some adjustments to create clarity and boundaries in your relationship. So if that maybe was something you dealt with in the past. And then in the reversed position, it can be someone who is, like we discussed before in a previous reading, bitter, manipulative, overly critical, can be downright cruel. So this could be you or your partner in the past, or someone outside of the relationship that was trying to like ruin it, basically. And sometimes this can also come as a result of trauma. Perhaps this person was this way because they dealt with trauma, whether that's you or somebody else. And if you're single, there's the chance that you went through a breakup and someone has just left you feeling vengeful and unforgiving in your past. And you need to like not be vengeful and kind of like overcome that, is what it's saying. Your ex cheated on you. And you're a very loyal guy. Okay. Huh. So it could be reversed because it could be representing your ex who was maybe not good towards you. But it could also be right side up and representing you. And the fact that you are... like, maybe you are the Queen of Swords and you are the loyal person who kind of keeps to yourself a little bit more. But, like, once you open up, you're very loyal. Do you find that you keep to yourself a little bit more in relationships? Are you a little bit more standoffish at first? Or are you pretty open? You're loyal and, like, an open book. What would you say suits you better? Could be your ex, though. Our next card for the present is King of Swords. While I'm waiting for you to answer that question, I'll just check this one out a little bit. Which is also reversed, but like I said, I'm not convinced that it should be reversed. Ugh. Yeah, you're gonna take some ibuprofen. Oh, yeah. That should help, Cherry. Taking both of them together. Tiger's Demand. Hello, welcome in. Appreciate the kind words, but also just a friendly reminder to just be respectful. But hi, how's it going? Welcome on in. How are you doing? I'm a very lonely, but once you get to know me, I'm open. Aw, thanks, Jesse. Jesse is saying that he hopes you get better, Cherry. Okay, so maybe it's you then. Maybe this card is you, but maybe there are elements of your ex in the card as well. So maybe it's upright. So then maybe all of this is upright. We'll see King of Swords. So upright, it's reason, authority, discipline, integrity, morality, serious, high standard, strict. And reversed, it's irrational, dictator, oppressive, inhumane, controlling, cold, ruthless, dishonest. When it's reversed. So in the upright, meaning it can be high standards for love and controlled emotions. Okay. If it's reversed, I'm just taking a look. Okay, so interesting. So two meanings here. So if we do it in the upright, which might be where we're going with this one. This is someone with high standards, potentially in a relationship, intellectually. It could be you, someone who's cool, controlled, ambitious, but you're emotionally maybe a bit restrained. And you're someone that relies more on your intelligence and your logic. And then you are not as romantic and are a bit more blunt. Could be you. But it could also just mean that you have higher standards when it comes to your relationship, especially intellectually. If it's reversed, it can signify that there might have been some controlling elements, and even stuff that may have been abusive in the past, or maybe stuff that you're dealing with that is abusive. And that, I think it's actually upright, though. I think that's more what it is. Yeah, I think it's more upright. I don't think the reverse makes sense to me based on the previous card. So I would say that this, is that kind of resonate with you? Do you have higher standards? That's good. Yeah. That makes sense. Cool. Yeah, so this might be you. You might be the King of Swords. Johnny Video Gamer, thank you so much for following. Welcome in. I hope so, because I'm in a lot of pain, so I'm hoping it'll work. Tell them I said thank you. Cherry says thank you, Jesse. So it sounds like, yeah, you right now are maybe looking for something, and maybe it's a little bit challenging to find the right person, perhaps. High standards for love, controlled emotions. So in the future, what do we see happening as a result of this? I'm not sure. I am all in the friend zone. All in friend zone. You're in the friend zone? Is that what you're saying, Jesse? Has someone friend zoned you? You've been friend zoned? Can happen. Happens to us all, I feel, at times. So there was someone that you were interested in, but they were like, yeah, no, I just want to be friends. Just popping back in. What is bop of a song? We are listening to the Jedi vibes right now. This we just finished the Cantina band. Now we're on Bad Batch. This playlist. Always in the friend zone. Okay. I'm going to pull another card, I think, for the present. 5 of Cups. And then we'll go to the future after that. I kind of want a little bit more insight. Loss, grief, disappointment, sadness, mourning, discontent, feeling let down. Grieving, breakup, time of tension and sadness in relationship. You may be going through a period of mourning right now. There is perhaps much to grieve over. You perhaps are going through a breakup of some sort, or if not that, a time of tension and arguments with your partner. It is helpful, however, to understand that not all is lost. The 5 of Cups tarot love meaning signals emotional loss, but also that you may be overlooking what is still salvageable and what has survived. Oftentimes, these bring the seed of hope. Did an argument teach you something in your relationship? Did it help foster communication that would have otherwise remained silent? Did the breakup bring you freedom to explore your individuality beyond your past relationships? So there are things to look forward to, even though there are things to mourn. So this card is kind of reminding you of both sides, that though something has ended, or you may feel like you're missing out on something, that you might not be looking at the full picture. And you're welcome, Lee D. I got you. And to also remind you to keep in mind the other stuff that's around you. I feel like when you are, not in a relationship, it is a great time to really explore your individuality, because I feel like that's also how you find the best relationships, in my opinion. To know oneself and love oneself the most. When you do that, the people that you find, let me tell you, they are just the most quality people in relationships. You really find the best people when you can love and understand yourself the most. I have not gotten around to watching Clone Wars. No joker. Not yet. I pretty much, when you guys don't see me here right now, I've just been this summer either at a convention or working on something or doing auditions. I think the last time I took like a few days off of work, and actually that's not true because I was still working and we did even auditions. So never mind. I was working. So yeah, I've mostly been doing that. I need to finish Andor too, season 2. That's what I'm kind of working on right now. And then Ironheart starts soon. What got Clone Wars? Joker's just asking me in the Twitch chat if I have gotten around to watching Clone Wars because I started it many moons ago, but never finished it. Yeah, so this might just be a reminder that right now is a good time for you to also focus on what you can be doing. And then in the future, death, which let's check that card out. Now, death isn't always bad, so don't worry. Death is transformative, endings, change, transition, letting go, release. It's usually a transformative card. Because you're going to be transitioning from something to something else. Changes in relationship, changes in romantic life, or a potential ending relationship in the future. Now, you're not in a relationship, you said right now, right? So when it comes to love and relationships, can indicate being stuck in emotional dynamics that are no longer working. So you might find yourself in a relationship where it's not working and you might be struggling maybe to end the relationship, or you might be like hesitant. And you need to embrace that change. So if you find yourself in the future in a relationship that isn't working, don't hold on to it. Do you have a tendency, do you feel, Jesse, to hold on to relationships that don't serve you, to try to make things work even when it's rough? Or are you good at like cutting the cord, would you say? Transformations for one partner or another may be what is needed to help both individuals grow. It's also important to remember that the cards are suggestions and that you have the choice to either accept and welcome your relationship's transformation or let it go. While initially scary, the transformations that the Death Tarot card can bring to love can also be positive. In less stressful turns, it can be the coming of a new era, such as an engagement. Yeah, it could be, you know, you're not in a relationship. You said you're not in a relationship right now, so this could also be a new relationship coming. I did with my ex. Okay. So then probably not something that you need to worry about in the future, because that's not something you struggle with. When it's not working, you're just like, yeah, I'm just going to let that go. So I think it could mean that a transformation will be coming romantically as you potentially work on yourself and, you know, work to a place where you feel good internally. Because it can also represent shedding certain attitudes, behaviors, beliefs, perspectives that once you shed them, you can now open yourself up to healthy relationships. So this could also be an evolution for you to move from maybe having relationships that haven't served you well to relationships that are serving you better, or being in a place to at least welcome those relationships in the future. So it doesn't look like there's anything immediate on the horizon, but it does kind of look like maybe you are looking for something very specific right now and not finding it, maybe because you're saying, you know, you feel like you're being friend zoned a lot. So it could be that once you kind of adjust with the Five of Cups and open yourself up to everything else around you and not just mourning, you know, the previous relationship or mourning maybe where you're at right now, once you open yourself up to other possibilities of enjoying perhaps a little bit of time with yourself, getting to know you better, that might put you in a better position with the death card to be ready now for love, to transform to a place where you're ready to kind of welcome it in a little bit more, or where it's ready to find you. And then our other card I will also flip, since I don't think anything's reversed here. So this is Ace of Wands. So Ace of Wands is creative energy, new beginnings. I'll look up what it is in romance, but I think it also means like the start of something new. So this could be like what you need to maybe set up to be ready for a new relationship. This might be your building blocks. So it looks like it'll be a bit of a process, but hopefully once you're in a good place and ready to like sort of move on and see other things around you, you'll be in this place to welcome love in the future. And perhaps there will be a new relationship on the horizon. That could also be what death is representing, since it is about transformation. Excitement and passion and love, flirtation, romance, attraction. Potential romances might be heating up. And it also might lead to some kind of spiritual understanding. Sorry, I'm yawning. Need to breathe that oxygen in. So it sounds like you might be ready for a new relationship as you come to a place of spiritual understanding. Yeah, it sounds like you're moving in a good direction. So you just need to continue that work and, believe in yourself. But it doesn't sound like there's too much that you need to do. Like, I think you're already on the path, right? Love could be in the air. I would say just continue working on you at this time. It seems to be saying, like, look inside yourself and find that. Dual action. That has both of them? That sounds great. More MCU death. I agree, Duncan Mallory. How dare you have a life away from stream? I don't really. That's my thing. I was thinking about it. I was like, most of the stuff I do is work related. But one of these days I'm going to watch Clone Wars, and it will also be work related. So hey, it'll still be work related. So yeah, let me know if you need any more cards or any more clarification here, Jesse, if you need me to pull anything else for you. But I think that makes a lot of sense. Just keep focusing on you for a bit, and I think when you're ready, you'll know once you've kind of gone through that transformation. Hopefully someone new will come in. Well, have been looking in oneself. Well, there you go. If you've already been doing it, you're already on the path, I think, to transformation. And it sounds like the overall theme is kind of new love. So I think this is saying, like, if you continue on this path, like, you'll get there. It just might take a little bit longer. If you're looking for something like right now, maybe not right now, maybe in a bit, you know? Seems good for me. Nice. I'm glad. I'll leave it up in case you want to take a screenshot of the screen or anything like that to save it. And I will also see who is next. Who is next? So next up, we have Lord Monk. Lord Monk, are you still with me? You still here? And then we have Jeff on YouTube, if Jeff has returned. And then we have Otto on Twitch. And unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to get to anyone that was on the extended list. I'm so sorry. Had a lot of members and subs today. I I try to get through as many as I can. Lord Monk, hello, welcome in. What is your question for the tarot? And which deck would you like? Love this song. It's a good one. It's a banger. I will turn it down a tiny bit though. Time Roller, what's up? Welcome in. How are you doing? You're at a crossroads on love and career. Okay. You're not sure which one you want to go with. I mean, if you can find a way to kind of ask both, you can. I don't know what that'll do to the reading. One of those other two you have. One of the other two decks? Sure. Hey, Nightmare. How's it going? Welcome in. How are you doing? Thank you, Jesse. Yeah, I like doing these. They're fun. I think we should go back to the Caselli deck. If that's cool with you, Lord Monk. Caselli? Career? Okay. Do you have a specific question that you'd like to ask? You want me to keep it general? Darth Nick, thank you. How's it going? Past, present, future spread. Uh-huh. Past, present, future. That's what we're doing. I feel like this is maybe the deck that cut me. What does the future hold? Okay. What does the future hold for your career? All right, Cherry. Good luck. I hope you fall asleep. Get that sleep. Yeah, Nightmare. It's been fun. I can't believe I've been doing it for 5.5 hours. Paula, thank you for the hydrate. Responded. All right, let me give this a little shuffle. And then, whoa, we'll jump into the next one. Hope you do more soon. If we unlock another one, we'll be back. These are usually unlockable streams. Our next unlockable one is the demo day, which I don't know how close we are to. Let me check before I shuffle up here for Lord Monk. Five and a half is crazy. It is pretty nuts. We've been going for a bit. I'm starting to feel the sleepies. I'll tell you guys. I'm feeling it. Let me see. We're at 114 members total on YouTube. So if we get 16 more, then we'll be at demo days. Or on the Twitch side, if we get 31 more subs, then we'll be at the demo days, I think. Because right now it's telling me we're at 219. I don't know if that includes the one that happened today. I don't know if that's like real time. But yeah. Before the end of the month. Does the list reset each time I stream? I actually have a list from my previous stream. I am still going, yeah. That I keep that I only like just remembered partway through the stream. But otherwise, yeah, I mean, it'll reset if the people aren't in chat, if I call their names, you know, when I'm checking to see if there's anyone I missed from last time. If they're not here, then I go through the new people and then we can amalgamate what's left over after. And I just try to get as many done as I can, William. But I do prioritize members on YouTube and subscribers on Twitch just because those are people that pay to support the channel. So, you know, they help me to pay my bills. Because I am a content creator and actor full-time. So yeah, I do 6 hours, but it's never long enough. There's a lot to get through. All right, let's focus on Lord Monk here. Tinfoil? Tinfoil what? Tinfoil hat? Tinfoil hat time? Actually, Ricardo, I owed you one from last time. I don't know if we'll get to it today. But you were a member last time. I guess that's the other thing. Like, do people still need to be a member if I didn't get to them? I feel like we should still just let those people slide. But yeah. I did not have the time to do this time. Yeah, no worries, Ricardo. I'll keep you on the list anyways for next time. Time Roller, hey, happy 3-stream streak. They call me the streak, says Time Roller. Thank you so much for streaking. When is the next stream? Duncan Mallory, the next stream will be tomorrow at an ambitious 8 a.m. is what I've said. Rapala, thanks for hitting the schedule in chat. We'll see if I make 8 a.m. I will not deny that I am pretty exhausted right now. But, yeah, we'll see how that goes. And then Monday at 1 p.m., we're going to be playing some more Rivals. I got my new magic skin, guys. I don't know if you saw in the Discord, but I put the information for how to get the magic skin from the drops in Amanda Games. So if you guys want the magic skin. It is cool. I am tired. Yeah, I feel you. I feel you. With my country boy accent, when I say 10-4, it sounds like tinfoil. Oh, okay, so you're just saying tinfoil. That's you saying 10-4 in a country accent. I got you. I got you. Yeah. I'll probably amalgamate my leftover lists for next time, and then I'll try to remember to pull that up next time at the beginning. Don't get Mallory 120 stream streak for tomorrow. Let's go. You be streaking. No, Otto. I got time. We're going to do till 6 hours. I'm all in, baby. So don't worry. I think we'll get you in. Okay. Lord Monk wants to know about career. So let's focus on that. Let's manifest that. What does the future hold for Lord Monk's career? Channel my inner Clive for the reading. All right. Hey, Jesse. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for resubscribing over on the Twitch side. I appreciate you. Happy 13 months, by the way. Thanks for the reading I ever got. Oh, your only reading you ever got. Thank you so much, Jesse. I hope you enjoyed it. Definitely we will do more tarot streams at some point because I know people like them. Thank you. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. Our second sub of the stream over on Twitch. Aw, thanks, Ricardo. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm sorry that I forgot the list this time, guys. Okay. Manifesting. Lord Monk. What does the future hold for your career as we listen to this insanely good Cantina jam? What does the future hold for Lord Monk's career? What does the future hold for Lord Monk's career? What does the future hold for Lord Monk's career? What does the future hold for Lord Monk's career? What does the future hold for Lord Monk's career? What does the future hold for Lord Monk's career? You saw nothing. What does the future hold for Lord Monk's career? All right, here we go. Past. Rogue Temporary. Hello, welcome in. Over a year is a long time, Jesse. I appreciate it. Thank you. 1 year and 1 month. Whoa. I'm bringing us a little bit closer to that demo day. So we got the Hierophant reversed for you. I didn't get another paper cut, did I? It's dangerous. I don't think so. For you, Lord Bonk. And then next up, the Tower reversed. Ooh, this is very Agatha all along of us. If it'll focus. There we go. And then we got 7 of Cups for your future. And for the overall theme, Knight of Wands. Oh. Okay, the Hierophant reversed. The Hierophant reversed is rebellion, unconventionality, nonconformity, new methods, and ignorance. In a career, it can mean bureaucracy, stifling, confined, workplace, and peer pressure. So in your past, you may have suffered from a workplace that doesn't sound like it was great, Lord Monk. Is that true? Sounds rough. So it says your creativity, achievement, or freedom at your workplace can feel stifled by bureaucracy, processes, or rules right now in the past. So you felt restricted, confined. If you had options, you could have actually solved a lot of things. But they don't want to solve problems, possibly. Feel that. So you would have had to, like, kind of rub elbows with people that were your colleagues, your boss, to try to get anything changed. It was like you just had to basically, like, win them over. Weigh the risks of going your own way. Can you stay true to your own opinions where you are currently? So, I don't know if you're still there. Yes? Okay. Sounds rough. Okay. So, present, we have the Tower reversed. I think the Tower reversed is a pretty decent card, but... yeah, so averting disaster, delaying the inevitable, resisting change. Oh boy. Sounds like it might still be a little bit rough for you. So, in the present, Tower reversed in career terms can mean things like surviving layoffs, avoiding taking risks in career. So, it sounds like you might still be at this place. Well, I get frustrated where coworkers don't follow rules. Oh, that does sound frustrating. Why aren't they following the rules? Tell them follow the rules. What the heck? They need to figure that out. Egg all along was great, Ricardo. I agree. I need gloves on. I know. Gloves to protect my tarot hands when I stream this long, maybe. And had a manager steal my work and present it as their own. No, they didn't. Oh, I hate that in a workplace. Oh, hold me back. I hate when managers are like that. Yo, managers, this is why. And I say this as someone who has had a few different managerial roles, so I have been a manager. I hate when managers do that stuff. I'm like, no, that's not yours. You didn't do that. You should always be lifting up your team before yourself also. Can I just say, as a manager, don't understand how people don't get that. And managers blame you for their mistakes. Yeah, I have also experienced this, Otto. Incompetent managers is what I like to call these people usually. People who have no skills of their own, so they just say that everything that they basically did wrong is your fault and blame you. And then when you do anything right, it's like, oh, it's because I facilitated it. Or like, I literally came up with it. No, you didn't. That sucks. So it could be that right now you're kind of trapped in your workplace, perhaps, is maybe what the present is suggesting. You've made it through some stressful things. Maybe you've gone through some layoffs or some redundancies and you're still there. But it can also hold you back from finding fulfillment because sometimes you gotta leave the thing that just doesn't serve you anymore. So it could be that you need to open your eyes and move on. Potentially. Sounds like you're stuck in a hard place where you're just hanging on, but it's not great. Yeah, exactly, Otto. You know what I mean? People gotta be good managers. People gotta try to just care about their teams. It's not that hard, man. Just put your team first. KO Joe, good evening. Hello, welcome in. How are you doing? All right, 7 of Cups is our future here. And it is upright, which is good. Choices, searching for purpose in your future, illusion, fantasy, daydreaming, wishful thinking, indecision. So this can mean yeah, you need to maybe do a little bit of a reality check and figure out what's realistic for you, what's best for you. You might be overwhelmed by choices. You might, for what you want to do in your future. And you need to find a sense of grounding right now. Maybe you got a lot of career options right now. Lord Monk, are you trying to make a decision about what you want to do right now in your career? Could be a lot of different ways that you could advance at work. I'm assuming it could be other things you're considering doing, like maybe leaving your work to do something different. Should we do the Jedi vibes one more time? One more time. Let's go. Because it's so good. It can also be that you need to, make a choice. And instead of thinking about all the things you could be doing, you need to, start making those moves. You got a lot of different options, but you got to pick one and commit to it. And it sounds like you might be considering not being at your workplace anymore, or do something different. Why don't I just take some classes and do something I know I'm good at, but I don't have the paper for? Right. So you don't have the funds to do that right now, but you're like, I'd like to change my career to something that I actually feel fulfilled in. Okay. So you don't have it right now. I wonder, maybe we could pull another present card for you. Maybe there's something that we can figure out as an alternative for you in the present. Something that we're not considering. Ace of Pentacles reversed. Missed chances, scarcity, deficiency, instability, stinginess, bad investments. Reversed for career. Missed work opportunities, invested in wrong career. Well, that's not helpful. We're talking about that, right? Is that really what you're going to give me, Tarot? Come on. Give me something that's helpful, please. All right, let's see what it has to say. So there's some feeling of instability or missed opportunities that you're experiencing right now. You may be paranoid about getting fired. You may not feel like you're doing well. Might be imposter syndrome, but some of your concerns may be real. You need to take a realistic look at yourself. You may be feeling as though you haven't spent your time wisely and you made some bad decisions in your career path. But it's not too late to change that. Think more about what you'd like to do. Okay, let me grab a card for your future. Not the fund, but not the education documented. Oh, okay. So you're saying like you want to do something else. Well, is there an opportunity for you to go and maybe like you said, like could you just take some classes, or could you like add to your education, or maybe build up to something with practical experience? Is there another option there for you? I'm going to pull one more for future. Ace of Cups reversed. Oh, yeah. It sounds like staying where you are is not going to be great. Feeling unmotivated and bored at job. Unfriendly colleagues is what I'm getting here with the Ace of Cups. Could have some tough work relationships and a lack of motivation in the future. And I feel like this is like Seven of Cups is what we want to actually get towards. Seven of Cups is basically just saying to you, like, you need to make things happen. And this is saying, otherwise you're stuck and you're just not going to feel fulfilled. You've won awards for nonprofit work in the past. That's great. Well, congratulations for that. Well, maybe there's something you can do to, like, take a class. Like, maybe on weekends or evenings, you could put a little bit of extra time in and then level up a bit, and then you can move to a different area at least, or move to a different career, and then you could feel more fulfilled. Do you think it might be your workplace that's the problem, or do you think it's really, like, just the role that you're in that's the issue? The manager I replaced at the movies, he was like that. Oof. Yikes. Not a good draw, yeah. Kind of rough, but sounds like it relates to what we're going through here. And Knight of Wands is our overarching theme, by the way. Let me look up Knight of Wands. Passion and energy for work, brave decisions, new business favored. So this is you. You're like, I'm ready, put me in, but you're like, everything kind of sucks, help. I think this represents your optimism to find a place where you feel fulfilled. And apparently it's good for people that are starting new ventures. So it could be a good time for you to start maybe that work, maybe doing those classes, a new project, or perhaps new opportunities. Workplace and motivation. Well, I think definitely taking a class would be helpful. I think you also maybe need to look inside yourself, because it sounds like there might be options like in front of you, you know, like with the Seven of Cups, like there is things there, but you ultimately have to make the choice and make a decision. So I think it's encouraging you to try to figure out what it is you actually want and then just like make a choice. And if you're kind of stuck, sometimes it's good to just try something and see. I know it sucks because then if it doesn't work out, it's like back to the drawing board. But sometimes we don't know until we try something. So try not to worry too much about like making the wrong choice. You know, I know it can be scary, especially when you already kind of feel like you're in a place where like maybe you made the wrong choice. But I think maybe do a little bit of soul searching. And then when you feel ready, make that move. Because otherwise, you don't want to be stuck in this. You don't want to be stuck in this reversed Ace of Cups. This doesn't sound fun. So use those Seven of Cups to free yourself, is what I would say. Does that make sense, Lord Monk? Do you want me to pull any other cards for you? Do you need any other insight, or do you feel like this is clear? Ricardo says, look up Red Cross. What about the Red Cross, Ricardo? I know about the Red Cross. All right, so that means Jeff. I'm going to check for Jeff one more time. Jeff, are you in the YouTube chat? And would you like a card reading? And if not, Otto, are you still here? And do you have a question? Still here, says Otto. Nice. Otto, do you have a question for the tarot, assuming that Lord Monk is okay? And we're good to move on. I'm going to leave it up here for you for a little bit, Lord Monk, if you wanted to screenshot anything. How will I be? Like that. It's very simple. How will I be? All right. Awesome, Lord Monk. Let me clear this off. Otto, do you have a preference for deck? Good or bad? How will you be, good or bad? Just whatever calls to you. Okay, whatever calls to me. I'll line them up. And we'll see where I fill the draw. How will I be, whether it be good or bad? Okay. How will Otto be, whether it be good or bad? For a job that the peep has experience in. Oh, okay. Is that, do you work in not-for-profit? Ricardo, I think, is suggesting you could look up Red Cross in the YouTube chat, Lord Monk. For a job in nonprofit, says Ricardo. Yeah. Yeah, I have a friend that works in nonprofit. I'm not sure who exactly he works for. All right, so here we go. I'm feeling Red Sonja. It just like really pulled me. I think we should keep out self-care though, actually. Strong females are great. I agree. Oh my goodness, also Jesse is our new stream boss, by the way. Jesse, are you still here? You're the new stream boss. Look at that. There you are, on the screen. Alright. How will auto be? Whether good or bad? Long term, short term. How will they be for better or worse? How will auto be? Good or bad? Long term or short term? For better or for worse? All right. You are the stream boss right now. It's you. Over on the Twitch side. First card, past. Page of Pentacles. Second card, present. It's like it wants to focus. I can see it trying so hard. Here we go. The Hierophant. And 3, reversed, our future. The Star. Once again, I don't think that these are really meant to be reversed. So, let's keep that in mind. That is you. It is. Because you gifted the last sub, you defeated our previous stream boss. So now you are a stream boss. And our theme is 3 of Swords reversed. But like I said, I don't think they're going to be reversed. I think I'm probably just going to flip them, to be honest with you. These decks aren't really... The Vampirella and Red Sonja decks aren't really made to have reverse cards because of the backs being so obvious. But we'll see what the interpretations are and what suits us a little bit better in terms of the reading. So our past is Page of Pentacles for you, Otto. Page of Pentacles, ambitious, diligent, goal-oriented, planner, consistent, star student, studious, grounded, loyal, faithful, dependable. So you in the past, very ambitious, very focused, protected, nourished, provided for by the suit whose name they bear. Guided by it, they are deeply tied to earth, nature, and all of its gifts. They cherish the body, for it too is something which is a manifestation of their element. They're diligent, ambitious, loyal, good at making plans. This could be a person in your life that was in the past. It could be you. Might be a bearer of news connected to all earthly and material matters. And You might be inspired by this person. Might be you. You might be inspiring yourself in the past here. The Page of Pentacles refers to the kind of energy that you need to complete all that is needed for your work. So it's motivation. It's everything that you need for that energy. In terms of work, the Page of Pentacles may signify that there are a lot of tasks you're responsible for, but your time to complete them is not enough. So you could, but it might lead you to feeling stressed and overwhelmed, but you do have assistance. You just need to ask for it. It's also saying that maybe in the past you had investments, you had things that you invested back then. If you have, if you're experiencing a health issue in the past, could have been the result of neglect, and make sure that you check in with professionals. So overall, it sounds like in your past, there was a lot of commitment, a lot of determination, a lot of motivation in your past. This is your present here. The Hierophant. Upright, though, this time. Tradition, social groups, conventionality, conformity, education, knowledge, and beliefs are the keywords for the Hierophant. So to see the Hierophant is to embrace the conventional. Once again, we got this card, I believe, for Rapala as well earlier in this position. Something to do with a certain process that's been well established that you like to potentially follow. So you're less innovative and you more are just kind of going through that structure, going through the flow. The Hierophant card suggests it's better for you to follow social structures which are established and have their own traditions. It can be a representative of institutions or core values that you believe in or those institutions represent. And you need to conform right now is what it's saying. Or perhaps you relish in conforming. Conformity, yeah, that's what it's saying. In love, it can mean safe traditional partners, avoiding taboo spiritual love. And upright for success, it can, for career, it can mean success in work groups, education, teamwork, mentor. Finances, it can be keeping your money safe, traditional financial institutions. Conformity is evil, interesting. So you are resistant to what the tarot is providing us with here. Maybe I'll pull another card for you. So this one is the Devil reversed. Let's see if it's actually reversed, because like I said, I don't think this deck is meant to be reversed. That's the last thing I am. Well, I think it's not saying so much that you are that. It's saying that you might need to embrace convention. You just can't conform. Okay, has that caused problems for you in the past? Yeah, the tarot is saying that right now what you need is conformity. I've tried. Okay. Like in all areas of life, you can't conform? What does that mean exactly? Of course, of course. Yes, that has caused problems. Well, I think it's saying right now that's something that would be valuable to you if you could do it. So it makes sense that it would be something that you're like, what do you mean I need to conform? I can't even conform. It's like, yeah, okay, that sounds challenging. Huh. Wonder why it's suggesting that. Let's check out the reverse devil here. So upright, it can mean oppression, addiction, obsession, dependency, excess, powerlessness, limitations. Reversed, it can represent independence, freedom, revelation, release, reclaiming power, reclaiming control. We've listened to Star Wars too many times. I gotta switch it. Yeah, this feels right. As we explore the devil. Upright devil can show that you have feelings of entrapment, emptiness, and a lack of fulfillment in your life. It might also mean that you're a slave to materialism and opulence, no matter how hard you try. You always want to kind of indulge in luxuries. I don't know if that sounds like you. You might be aware this kind of lifestyle is leading you down the rabbit hole, but you have that feeling of not having any form of control over your actions or urges. It can be an addiction to substances or material pleasures, and that can be why you feel powerless or entrapped. And you may feel you're unable to control your impulses or your willpower. Reversed devil, as it appears right now. But like I said, I don't know if reverse is what we need with this deck at all. Can be a moment when an individual becomes self-aware and breaks all of the chains that come with poor habits or addiction. Can be because you're tired of running in circles and you need a change. But it's not easy, so it's a journey. You need to take some time and list all of the things that you need to get rid of. And then once that's been done, you'll be ready to kind of move forward on your journey of self-improvement. You like simplicity. Okay, all right. I tried when I was a kid, but by the time I got to high school, I just wanted to embrace my otherness. Okay. So you tried in school, it didn't work for you, and then so you just rejected all conformity in all senses. Huh. Well, I mean, so it does make sense maybe that the tarot is saying that would be something that would be helpful to you. And it sounds like then perhaps the reverse devil is more relevant. That doesn't relate to me. The devil, reversed or upright? The reversed? I just do what I do. I don't care anymore. Okay. Okay. I mean, yeah, I guess you asked, how will I be? Not conforming sounds like. That's not going to work for you. What about this idea of... Oh, yeah, it doesn't have to be addiction even necessarily in a like drug mentality, to clarify. It can be just something that you feel like tempted by, or something that pulls you in that you find to be irresistible. It can be anything. I mean, like, let's see. I mean, like, coffee is an addiction, you know? Like, it doesn't have to be anything. Food, big time. Okay, okay. Yeah. So it could be that it's referring to that. So you feel like the upright, you don't indulge in food or anything like that, though. Is that what you're saying? So it could be the reversed, potentially, which is maybe that you're becoming self-aware and you're moving towards, like, maybe developing some better habits, but it's a bit of a struggle. Or nah. We can check out the star. But so the devil also, you were saying, doesn't apply. Huh. No Hierophant, no devil. Maybe I just completely missed on this one. It happens. Okay, so you indulge in food. So it could be in reference to that. Yeah, addiction doesn't have to mean substances, just to clarify. It's not necessarily what it means. Do you find that you indulge in food and you find it hard to resist that? I'm still going, Lummox. Welcome in. We're on probably our last reading of the night. Sometimes. Okay. Sometimes, okay. So, I mean, if we were to interpret the devil upright, it could be that you know that sometimes when you indulge in this, it's not necessarily good, but you kind of feel like, I just need to do this thing. So it might not be entrapment in the sense of like you feel powerless and you're like, no, but just more that like you have this urge and you're just like, it is what it is. I gotta do it when I gotta do it when I can. I'm like the Energizer Bunny. Oh my goodness, no. I am definitely fading a bit, but I'm hanging in there. I'm hanging in there. I'm doing okay. I have my water, my big cup of water. Yeah, I celebrate with food all the time. Okay. So this could just be saying that it's just kind of saying that you might struggle to put those impulses towards something else, and that's kind of where your priorities are at. So it could just be saying that in the present. And then you feel that you don't need conformity, so I can get rid of the Hierophant if we feel like it doesn't. Maybe the devil is more accurate then. Maybe upright. Maybe nothing is reversed. Is anything reversed? I don't even know. So the star in an upright position represents hope, inspiration, positivity, faith, renewal, healing, and rejuvenation. Right. It's not that you don't need it, it's just you can't do it no matter how much you try. Well, then Hierophant could still apply in the reading in the sense that what the Hierophant represents is usually just that it's something that you need in your life. So it's more saying that like conformity would be helpful for you. To see the Hierophant in a reading is to embrace the conventional, for it suggests that you have a certain desire to actually follow a process which has been well established. But you said you have no desire to follow anything. It also suggests that you want to stay within certain conventional bounds of what could be considered an orthodox approach. I wonder what my book says about it, though. So instead of being innovative, you will be adapting to certain beliefs and systems which are already put in place and that are existing. The Hierophant card suggests that it's better for you to follow social structures which are established and have their own traditions. You might be involved in certain ceremonies, rituals, or other religious trappings, for instance. When it comes to tarot readings, this particular card is most commonly representative of institutions as well as their core values. This is a sign that shows that you need to conform to the already existing set of rules and situations which are fixed already. So, I mean, my interpretation of that, it sounds like it's not something that you necessarily want, but it might be helpful to you. So maybe that's what the tarot was suggesting. Getting things done right. What if that's Otto's process, to not follow a known process? That's also possible. It could be that your standard, your conventional bounds is to not do that. So that could be an interpretation. That could be what the Hierophant's just representing is your norm is kind of where you're at. Maybe that is your process. Like, it says it can represent institutions, but it also doesn't have to represent that. I just want to see what the Hierophant is described as in my book. It can be one of spiritual knowledge, or at least the desire for it. But it's not limited to particular creed or doctrine. It can represent, this is what my book says, the urge to understand a higher nature. A wish to find meaning in life, touch a deeper layer of the psyche than the desire for material success or social status. So it could be right now that maybe you're feeling this inclination to understand things on a spiritual level a bit better, or to connect with things on a spiritual level a bit better. It could mean that it could represent someone in your life who is a teacher, a mentor, a priest, a psychotherapist. I know you've said you've gone to therapy before, but I don't know if you go to therapy now, so it could be maybe that figure. This card heralds a time when you will not be satisfied with the mundane or worldly aspects of life and will feel strongly inclined to search for an inner meaning and a greater purpose. A bit to connect at a spiritual level. Right, so it could be more of that interpretation. There are lots of different interpretations of cards, so that's the other thing. So it could be that you might be just searching for some kind of meaning right now. It could also represent a person. I was in grief counseling. It did nothing for me. No, unfortunate. Counseling doesn't work for everybody. It's not a cure-all. It's dependent on the person and also on the therapist. Okay, so you want to connect on a spiritual level, but not meaning. So, what does spiritual level mean to you? So yeah, the star represents either hope, positivity, faith, renewal, healing, and rejuvenation, or hopelessness, despair, negativity, lack of faith, and despondent if it's reversed. But considering that I don't think the devil was reversed for you, it sounds like the devil's more right side up. I think this is going to be more upright star, which is optimistic. The star brings hope, renewed power, and strength. It can show you, so it might not be directly evident when you get to your future that this is happening, but in the major arcana, it follows the tower. So it's like the tragedy of the tower and then the hope of the star. And that it's just a reminder that you have everything within you that you need to move forward. It's a reminder to have faith, which could connect to potentially the spiritual stuff you're looking for. I'm not sure, just the world around me, I guess. Okay, so you just want to connect on a spiritual level with the world around you. So this could be an indication, if the star is upright, that you will, you might find hope for that, and that maybe from inside, you might be able to connect with things outside of you. And that you have what you need within. You just need to believe. To receive the star in your reading means that you have gone and passed through a terrible life challenge. But you did it without losing your hope. So in your future, you may have gone through a lot. You suffered. And perhaps you weren't even aware of how strong you were to make it through that. But now that you're through it, whether it's loss or whether it's just a challenge that you experienced, it'll allow you to appreciate what you have. And maybe in that, you'll feel more connected. Faith is difficult these last 14 years. Well, the star could be an indication that you're heading to the right place. Unless it was intended to be reversed, and then that wouldn't be good. But I don't think it's supposed to be reversed. So it can represent a sense of optimism that you might be tapping into as you move forward. But I think what you maybe need to remember is that to look around you and kind of see what you do have. And look inside yourself and see the strength that you already carry within yourself. Because it seems like it's saying you just need the courage to kind of see this stuff. And once you can, then you can move forward. And maybe if you kind of sort of stick with a spiritual journey and you kind of continue on the path of the Hierophant, as we're interpreting it as like sort of a spiritual, more of a spiritual card, then you can move forward with that. Going forward is the problem. Okay, so you appreciate everything you have and have done. So what's stopping you from going forward then? Do you think? I can pull another future card if we need some more clarity on that. Sounds like we might. And then Three of Swords is our overarching. So I'm just going to take a look at that first, and then we'll see. Your health is crashing, right? So your health is getting in the way. I feel like I should have done a health reading for you. That might have been good too. Okay. So you feel like emotionally, mentally, you're there, but because your health is a challenge, it's kind of keeping you back from moving forward with, you know, this ability to kind of see and appreciate all that you have around you. Since the star is also kind of, I mean, it can also be a sign of, you know, optimism about love life, healing from past wounds, positivity towards your career, high hopes about a job, financial goals, remaining inspired. But it really is kind of, I think, more of a light within the star that shines outward. This idea of a rejuvenated sense of belief and optimism about everything around you. Emotionally and mentally, I'm exhausted. Okay, so emotionally and mentally you're exhausted, but internally you feel good. Is that what you're saying? Because, like, that's what I was saying about the Hierophant, the idea of that being maybe a spiritual card in the sense of, you said you wanted to, like, connect with things outside of you, and then the star is, like, in the future, you're going to get to a place where you feel good. It's just about seeing everything that you were able to do and believing in all of that so that you can move forward. Because, yeah, I don't know. Internally, I'm exhausted too. Okay, so you feel like you appreciate everything you have and have done, but that's not doing anything for you. Is that what you're saying? Like, it's not bringing you any optimism to see everything that you have around you and appreciate all of that. It's not translating. Because we're right on track until 2011, and then it's just been a total shit show since. Well, I mean, based on these cards, it sounds like you need to feel a connection with something. Like, you need to feel connected and also try to stick to what you want, potentially, out of life. I think. I don't know. Maybe I'm just, like, really off with this reading. I'm not really sure. Let me check out the Three of Swords, and I'll pull another star card for us for the future. Yeah, so Upright Devil, you feelings of entrapment, emptiness, and lack of fulfillment in your life. And there could be things, like you said, maybe food that you just, you know, that's something that you like to indulge in. So this is saying maybe seeking something spiritually. This is saying maybe feeling a bit stuck with stuff. This is saying open up yourself to hope through seeing everything that you have. But you're saying, I see everything that I have, but I'm still struggling with that. Interesting. Well, then maybe not. Maybe the star doesn't apply. No. It's all good. It's all good. I'm just trying to interpret the cards through also the information that you're giving me, which is helpful. It allows me to interpret the cards. It's all good. Let's see. So, Three of Swords as an overarching theme here. If we interpret it upright. Reversed, it can represent healing, forgiveness, recovery, reconciliation, repressing emotions. Upright, it represents things like heartbreak, separation, sadness, grief, sorrow, upset, loss, trauma, tears. It can represent things like rejection or betrayal or hurt, discouragement. Grief, basically. But also, it's a reminder of the fact that grief is a part of life, because without grief, we can't have joy and happiness. It's a necessary part of life. I mean, I think upright sounds like it could apply, honestly. I think it maybe is representing this journey that you've been on where you feel like it's been really discouraging, but at the same time, you know, there is something to be said for the fact that when you have those lows, it can allow you to appreciate the things you do have. Life is balance. Yeah, life is trying to find balance anyways. I don't know how much we all ever achieve it fully, but it is a constant push and pull, I think. Balance. It's not easy, though. It's definitely not easy, so I feel you. Yeah, so that's what I would say. Maybe the three... Let me know. What do you think? Does that sound like it might be relevant to you? Do you feel like you have experienced a lot of discouragement, a lot of challenges in life, and that, you know, it's sucked, but maybe if you, or when you sometimes maybe even open yourself up to the idea of like, you have to have the low to have the joy. Do you see that other side of it? Right, but then when you get lower, do you ever look back at the previous, you know, low and think, maybe that wasn't as bad as I thought it was? Because sometimes I find that can be good. Discouragement you overcame. Oh, okay, so you're no longer discouraged. Is that what you're saying, Otto? Chemdog says, I'm balanced enough. Chemdog, you're doing good with it? I love to hear that. How long I have studied and practiced giving tarot readings. I said earlier, William, I've been doing it on and off for over 20 years, but I'm not necessarily a tarot expert. Entreon, the readings that we're doing are for members right now. This is probably my last one of the night, actually, because I've been going for 6.5 hours. Oh, that reminds me. I really got to do my duo, or I'm not gonna... I got to do that. Or I got to make sure I have a streak freeze. I'm going to lose my streak. Didn't realize it was getting so late. Am I unprotected? Yes. Okay, I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, we've been going for 6.5 hours. This will probably be my last one. But, yeah, thank you so much for all the kind messages in the YouTube chat, guys. Sorry that I haven't been as active in the YouTube chat. When I'm doing a reading, I get, like, very sucked into it. Thank you, Nightmare. There was nothing but discouragement, but I overcame it. I'm super frustrated these days. Oh, no, no, no. I'm good. I'm good. I got my streak freeze going. We're good. We're good. Right. So you feel you're super frustrated, but you're not discouraged. So you have hope. Okay. So maybe not Three of Swords then. Or maybe it is reversed. Three of Swords reversed is more about you experienced perhaps a loss, a recent loss, or something, a moment of tragedy perhaps in your life, and you're still recovering from this. I mean, it might not be recent even. It may have been what you were saying from 2011. And your emotions have not completely calmed, making it difficult to move on. Although you may still be thinking of your past suffering. It might be, so this might be saying, like, everything that you're kind of dealing with kind of comes from that struggle, and you maybe need to work towards letting go to move forward. And there's stuff that you need to open yourself up to. Once again, it kind of sounds like the star. It's all about courage again. Courage comes up. Courage comes up here too. Huh. So yeah, it might be that it's just like this is the struggle. (2023) a loss and grief. Okay. So maybe the Three of Swords is meant to be reversed, and this is just signifying like sort of your journey with that struggle with loss and the grief and everything. A death. Okay. And so that put you in a place where in the past you were doing well, and then now maybe you're looking for more connection, spiritually speaking, with the world around you. In addition to that, you are maybe feeling a little bit trapped in your situation. And we'll pull another card for the start, because I don't know if that's relevant. Because you said that you're already good with everything, but it hasn't changed anything for you. And this card is kind of all about, like, once you see everything around you and kind of, like, open up to that, then it helps you to find that you got to unlock the courage from within to be the shining star. Two of Cups. Two of Cups. So it's been getting worse and worse since, but you made it through. But then in 2023, it went back. Hope is at the bottom of Pandora's box. Yeah, sometimes you got to go to the bottom to go back up. So all of the time looking back, you don't look back and think, well, at least before it wasn't as bad as it is now. And so maybe there's something to be that I could appreciate about the past. That doesn't sound like it speaks to you. So Two of Cups is unity, partnership, attraction, connection, close bonds, joining forces, mutual respect in an upright position. Two of Cups. Yeah. It's usually a connection with somebody. A strong pair. It can represent a strong relationship. It can be romantic, but also not be romantic. It could also be a stronger sense of mutual respect at your workplace. Could be more fairness and balance in your finances. And this is, of course, in the future where the star is, so I don't know how relevant that is. But it's like, basically what the cards are trying to say, I think, is that with the star, once you can kind of see things around you and find that courage within to believe in yourself, things with the optimism that you bring, things will start to kind of shift from that optimism that you bring to the world. And from that, you will maybe find a strong bond somewhere in your life, or perhaps just more of a sense of balance in your life. You're on disability benefits right now. Right. Like I say, I've been better, so I know I'll be better. Okay, yeah. So you think back to basically before 2011, though, then I imagine, when you think about that. But everything has just been getting worse. So but that doesn't daunt you. You're not like worried about that, I guess. Huh. Well, sounds like maybe more spiritual connection is what you're looking for. That you've had a rough go, that things were good in the past, and that things maybe could be coming up. But I don't know, because it sounds like maybe the star doesn't resonate with you. So, I don't know. I don't really know what else to add. I mean, yeah, okay. So, you've already reconciled with everything. You've already looked at everything and feel like everything's good, but you also don't feel good. Right. So you don't feel hopeful, but you don't see yourself moving to a place of feeling hopeful either. And conformity is not part of this picture. Spiritual connection, maybe. And maybe you could achieve something like that looking around yourself, but that hasn't helped you, so maybe not. So I don't know. It sounds like the reading doesn't really speak to you. I mean, some of it seems to speak to you. Some of it seems to be talking about like your past you felt was correct. Maybe this. I try conformity, but I don't know how to do it. Right. Well, I mean, maybe baby steps. I mean, this is in the present right now. So if you feel like conformity is not something that you gel with at all, then I would say the interpretation of the card is more spiritual connected. And then I would say that in the future, like, I don't know. The star could be reversed because it was initially reversed, I think, when I brought it in. The reversed meaning of the star is everything is turned against you. Challenges that you normally would see as exciting just feel like they're not doable. You have lost faith within yourself, or within something around you that has been important to you. But if you don't have faith, if you don't believe, then it's hard for you to move forward, is what the card is saying. So where in your life are you feeling hopeless? In what ways do you already feel defeated? And how does that affect your actions? The star asks you to nurture your sense of hope and your positive energy so that you can propel your actions with joy instead of fear. To like move from a place of positivity. Right, so you stop trying. So yeah, so it could be that in the future, maybe this is even saying that like because that is something that like you need but you can't do, maybe in the future it's like you kind of just feel stuck because you're like, I want to do better, but it feels like everything's against me and I don't really know how to move forward. And the star is a card of hope, so in the upright position, you know, it's all about hope. In the reverse position, it's all about this feeling of like there is no hope. And it still encourages you in a reading, though, to try to see if you can connect with that, because that is part of the way that you can move forward in life. Right. Your health is too wacky and really zany. That would make it really hard to plan for things. But do you feel like, regardless of the things that you can't control, I guess the question would then be something more like, what can you control? Would it be nice to be visited by the Hierophant? Well, I mean, in the tarot, the Hierophant is usually a religious leader. In this deck, everything is Red Sonja. So it might be nice to be visited by Red Sonja as long as you don't make her mad. Tethered Raven. Thank you, Jesse. Well, I mean, the only thing that we can ever really control in our lives, I think, is ourselves. Our own internal monologues. And even then, sometimes that's a bit of an illusion, controlling it. But I think we all have it within ourselves, the power within ourselves to... oh, what was that? Batseed, thank you so much for subscribing with Prime. I appreciate you. Or Batside. Batside? How's it going? Thank you so much for the sub with Prime. You could use your Prime anywhere and you decided to use it here, and that means a lot to me. Thank you so much. Right. So you can't control that. But other than external factors, I'm saying you can control how you... What you can control is kind of how you react to situations. Right? So, unfortunate that you can't control the fact that you were denied meds and now you have to wait for the appeal. But while you're waiting for the appeal, you can try to think of like, what can I do to kind of cope while I'm waiting? And how can I sort of reframe things so that I can at least feel a little bit better? Not that hard to make her mad, says Jesse. Yeah, it's true. Red Sonja can be quick to anger. Bad side, thank you so much. Oh my gosh, love the little hype emotes and the little pizza. Welcome on in. Thank you so much. If you were in my next stream, because I'm kind of done with tarot readings tonight, so if you were looking for one, in my next stream, if you would like me to add minutes, if you're here for our co-working stream tomorrow, I can add minutes for you to our Adjust Chat break, or you can always use it for a wheel spin as well. Just remind me. I'll remember that I didn't, so I can do a wheel spin for you. Unless you just wanted to sub because you just wanted to sub, and in which case I really appreciate it. Thank you. You only have one Prime, and you chose to use it here, and that really does mean a lot to me. Right. A video game controller can be controlled. That's true. We have the power to control video game controllers. It's something. But I mean, in all seriousness, I think the only thing you can really control in life sometimes is your own mind. And even then, it's not easy. So, I hear you. That sounds very frustrating. So I don't know, you know, how to necessarily help you through that. I would say that what the cards are suggesting, I mean, if you want to interpret the star being in the upright, it sounds like, and with the Two of Cups, it sounds like it could be, you're going to be okay going forward, but how you get there, I'm not sure, because I don't know if any of this speaks to you in that regard. So, sounds like you asked, how will I be, good or bad? Long-term, short-term, doesn't matter. I would say you were good. You're maybe in a place where you're struggling right now, and the future can look bright, but you have to see the possibility. So if you see the possibility, it might be there for you. Futures are never set in tarot. They just are. Well, Otto, that is a good way as well to cope. That is one of the things that you can control, right? Like, you can do little things that make you feel better, even if they're not necessarily what you need in that moment. And I would say, like, for me, when I'm feeling really down, I like to dance around. I find that's really helpful. It just, I don't know what it does, but it lifts my spirits. I'll tell you, moving my little body around, wiggling these limbs, it does something. So that is something we can control. So you have to maybe think of it in the way of, like, whatever you can do. And maybe video games is also the way, because honestly, video games is a great way to sort of have this escape, but also just kind of get out frustration. When you get down, you eat. Right. When you get down, you eat. And does it make you feel better? Is it helpful? Endorphins are great. I know, yeah, going to the gym is also good for me. But yeah, dancing could be the endorphins, moving your body. Endorphins are powerful. Well, I hope that this reading spoke to you at least somewhat. I'm sorry that it wasn't the most accurate reading. Sounds like it didn't really hit for you. But thank you so much for being subbed. And thank you so much for asking for a reading. I appreciate it. Yeah, eating solves all of my problems. Oh, okay. So eating is like the cure-all. Well, that is something you can maybe control then. You could always have some food if it helps you to feel better. Eating in Gilmore Girls. And hey, As long as those are flowing and you have some control over that, I would say hold on to that. I would say that that is the thing, right? You just have to open yourself up. That's what the star, I think, is trying to say, is just open yourself up to the things that you do have that are around you that are good. And your future will have an optimistic side from it, because it's in sometimes our perspective of things. And my streams, oh, well, thank you, Otto. I'm glad that they bring some joy to you. I appreciate you all hanging out with me tonight, by the way, and I hope that everyone had a good time. I have been streaming now for almost 7 hours, so I think I have to go to bed. But we should raid into someone and share the love. So let me find a cool person to raid. Or if anyone wants to guide the raid, that is one of our channel points. You're good, Otto. It's all good. I hope that at least some of it spoke to you and that you got something from it. That is always my dreams for everyone. But also, you know, tarot, like I've said, it's just cards, guys. So the meaning, we have to find the meaning in the cards, and that all comes from within ourselves, and that's why tarot works, I think. Or why it can work, you know? Duck, oh my goodness, thank you for subscribing. Happy 33 months. Oh my goodness, a 23-month streak. Look at that little Jeff Blep. There's bits. It's still comforting. Well, I'm glad that it's comforting. I'm glad. That's, you know, it doesn't have to all make sense. Sometimes it doesn't. And sometimes I find in tarot readings, it doesn't make sense at first, but sometimes things happen and then you're like, oh, now I see what this meant. And maybe it's like also my interpretation might not be correct. So it could speak to you in a different way. Although it did sound all bad. I mean, the star being upright is a really good card. The star is a super positive card. This is super positive. So is Page of Pentacles. So is Two of Cups. These are positive cards. Two of Cups came out straight up outright. The star was reversed, which is not as good for you. But like I said, I think maybe it is supposed to be upright, especially working with the Two of Cups. You know, keep an eye out for someone in the future that might be a strong bond for you, whether it be work-related or whether it might just be a financial stability that you find, a balance, or whether it's an actual person in your life. That's also a good example of how conformity doesn't work with me. What do you mean? Like the meanings of the cards? Well, the thing about the cards, though, is that they can all be interpreted in so many different ways. So there really is no conformity with tarot per se. What's the longest I've been on stream? Was that my 16-hour stream that we did, guys? My subathon? Let's maybe rate... Oh, let's rate into Annie. Annie's live right now. What's Annie doing? Day 51 of Horizon. And I'm going to play my credits for those of you that supported the stream. To say thank you to all the lovely people that do things like help me pay for groceries, help me pay my bills. Thank you. I appreciate you, stream. I love you. Thank you so much for your support. How it wasn't a typical reading and was weird. Maybe. I mean, it was still a typical reading. They don't always hit. That is typical. Like I said, they are just cards. It's happened to me before. Thank you so much to our followers. Johnny Video Gamer, Ray Fart, Lizzie Anya, Keone, Pete, our subscribers, Vagomizer, Gordon Dorcas, Sky Plume over on the YouTube side, our subs over on Twitch, Green Skull, Jesse, Batside, Uptown Duck, our sponsors over on YouTube, our members, Bradford Mitchell, Darian DeStar, Ricky Ritchie, Chris, our cheers from Green Skull, and our lovely, lovely mods, Rapala, Duck, The Bots, our super chats as well from Jarrell and Ray. Thank you so much for the super chats, my friends. And thank you so much to everybody that supported. You're all lovely. Thank you so much to Jesse as well for resubbing. Yeah, just thanks everybody. I appreciate all of you. We're going to raid over to Annie12. You guys should all join me. I really recommend. I can't recommend Annie enough. She's amazing. One of these days, we might play some Baldur's Gate together. Or we might do some repo. I'm just waiting. But it's going to happen. I know. And I am excited for when it does. Let's do Jeff. Hefe. If I can type this in time. This is always the stressful part for me. Can Amanda type the raid message fast enough? You know what? I think we got it, actually. Guys, we got it on lock. I didn't even mess it up. Wow. I should really make that a copy and paste for myself. Tethered Raven, thank you so much. You are so welcome, Otto. Thank you so much for asking. Oh, yeah, we got your back, man. We got your back. We all got each other's backs here. That's why I love us. That's why I think we're great, you know? I'll see you guys over in Annie's stream. For those of you that are on Twitch. And for those of you that are on YouTube, mwah, I'll see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. My next stream is supposed to be 8 a.m. tomorrow. But let's not hold our breaths, guys, because it is past midnight. And I'm very tired. But I'm going to try to be on for 8 a.m. if I can manage. So come on back. We'll be doing a co-working stream. We're going to get some work done. And then on Monday, we'll be back to that Marvel Rivals grind. All right, stay nerdy, everyone. You're going. Bye. At 1 p.m. EST. And then in the evening, we will be doing... what will we be doing? In the evening, we're going to be doing our Lies You'll Enjoy, which is on another channel that I'm on YouTube. And that is where we play indie RPGs. Together with my friends Anthony and Kurt. It's super fun. We tell little stories, and if you've ever wanted to play D&D but were overwhelmed by it, come hang out with us. We have games for you. They're like that, but they're so much easier. Have a good night, everyone. I hope everyone's tarot made them feel better. I hope so too, Jamie, or provided some clarity in some way.